Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar. 24-hour remains in Trump's July 9 deadline. Trump says close to making deal with India. Prime Minister Modi says we'll redefine BRICS under India's presidency. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issues a stern warning ahead of Kanwar Yatra, directs officials to ensure foolproof arrangements. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. Thank you for staying with Republic. We start this edition with the breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with a murder that's happened in the national capital. A deeply disturbing case, in fact, has come to light from Delhi's Najafgarh area. The bodies of a teenage boy and a girl, both 16 years old, were found under suspicious circumstances inside the girl's home in Nagli. Now, the two shared a close bond is what we know, and tensions between their families had earlier led to a court case which was later settled through a compromise. Now, the boy's family is alleging foul play as far as the case is concerned, claiming that he was the one who called to the house and both were murdered. Now, the girl's family has not yet responded to the allegations. Police, however, say that it appears to be a suicide case for now. The exact cause of the death will be confirmed after the post-mortem report. All right, joining me live on the broadcast is Akhil. Akhil, please share more details about the case. It seems to be a case of suicide or a murder. We do not know. Allegations versus allegations are coming to the fore as far as the boy and the girl's families are concerned. Talk to us about what was the old dispute that we're talking about here.
Well, absolutely. If you see, a shocking incident has come to light from Delhi's Najafgarh area when this very morning, if you see, the police team has been called by the locals over here when they found out that in a room there were two bodies which were lying in an unconscious condition, and they were after that taken to a nearby hospital. While they were taken to the nearby hospital, after reaching the hospital, the doctors have declared both of them found to be dead. So right now, the Delhi police team is investigating the entire matter. In this case, what we gathered the information so far, that it seems to be a case of suicide. This is what the preliminary report of the police team is suggesting. But if you see, at this point in time, the boy's family as well and the girl's family as well have been saying that it's a case of foul play. So for that, we'll have to wait and watch to get the official confirmation from police that what actually transpired and why both of them took this serious step in which two lives have been lost from Delhi's Najafgarh area.
Right, Akhil, thank you for getting us those details. We move forward to some other breaking news that's coming in. Again, this is in regard with the firing incident that has taken place in the national capital. Firing has happened near Delhi's Azadpur terminal, and this has sparked panic in the area. Several rounds were reportedly fired late last evening. A minor boy who lives in the nearby MCD colony has been shot in the incident. Now, crime and forensic teams have reached the spot soon after and are now investigating the case. Police from Adarsh Nagar are still looking into all possible angles, so we do not know what could be the reason of firing because, but remember, the Azadpur terminals remains to be one of the most populous terminal as far as terminals in Delhi is concerned. And what we know so far is that in the shooting incident that happened late at night, a minor has sustained injuries in the case. Akhil continues to stay live with me on the broadcast on that. Akhil, what could be the possible angles as far as your sources and police are concerned are telling you? Because the Azadpur terminal is a highly populated area and a firing incident happening at that place remains to be a cause of concern.
Well, absolutely. If you see in this very case, what we gathered the information that near Azadpur terminal, late at night, a gunshot was fired in which a minor girl was also injured and she was taken to a hospital right now. Her treatment is going on. And if you see in this very case, at Adarsh Nagar's police station, a matter has already been registered, which comes under the jurisdiction of Northwest District. So right now we haven't got any official version from the DCP of the Northwest District, Mr. Bisham Singh. So for that, we'll have to wait and watch that what actually transpired. Was it a case of gang wars, which we have been seeing in the recent past, in that several incidents of gang wars have been reported in the national capital? For that, we will have to wait and watch for the official confirmation for the Delhi Police Northwest District DCP.
Right, absolutely, Akhil. Thank you very much for sharing those details. We quickly move forward to the other stories that we're tracking, and this one is from the state of Maharashtra. Now, in a big political development ahead of the planned MNS rally in Mira Road, the Thane police have detained Avinash Jadhav, the Thane district chief of Raj Thakre's Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, just hours before the party's protest march. So the rally was being scheduled for 10 a.m. today in areas with a large population of non-Marathi traders. The MNS claims that the protest is against what it calls the growing dominance of non-Marathi business interests in Mira Road. Now, tension is high in the area and police have remained on high alert. So the language war coming out in the open as far as Maharashtra is concerned. This time, the MNS workers on a rampage. First visual is that where after the language debate, there were MNS workers. The first window that you see on your screen are of the MNS workers that just few days back had pelted stones on that of a investor, very popular investor, because over a controversial post that he put up on X about the language debate. Another visual that also surfaced was about how a shopkeeper was assaulted, brutally slapped and thrashed because he could not speak in Marathi, and this again by the MNS workers. And now we learned that just hours before, the MNS worker were about to stage a protest at 10 a.m. today regarding the Marathi versus non-Marathi debate row. The MNS leader has been detained. Satyaprakash is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Satyaprakash, क्या अपडेट है आपका इस रैली के बारे में? कब ये रैली निकलने वाली थी और किस लिए ये रैली निकलने वाली थी? पुलिस ने क्या कोई निर्देश दिए थे उस वक्त?
देखिए तनिषा, आज 10 बजे ये रैली निकलने वाली थी। मन से जो राज ठाकरे की पार्टी है, उनकी पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा रैली निकलने वाली थी। ये रैली इसलिए निकल रही थी कि जो व्यापारियों ने जो हिंदी भाषी व्यापारी के साथ मारपीट किया था, उसके विरोध में उन्होंने बड़ी रैली निकाला था मेरा रोड में, और मेरा रोड बंद किया था। इसके विरोध में आज मन से पार्टी द्वारा एक रैली का आयोजन किया गया था, और रैली ये हिंदी बनाम मराठी का जो मुद्दा है इसको लेकर था, क्योंकि जिस तरह से व्यापारियों ने उस दिन एकता दिखाया था और भारी संख्या में इकट्ठा हुआ था, इसके विरोध उसी की तरह शक्ति प्रदर्शन मन से करना चाहती थी। लेकिन कहीं कहीं जो मीरा रोड पुलिस है, उन्होंने मन से कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया है। जो अविनाश यादव थाने जिला के प्रमुख हैं, उनको डिटेन कर लिया है, और कई ऐसे कार्यकर्ता हैं जिसको डिटेन किया है। मन से कहना था कि हम प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे, शांति रूप से करने वाले थे, और जो ये मोर्चा निकलने वाला था, जो व्यापारियों का इलाका है, जो हिंदी भाषी इलाका है, वहां पे ये मोर्चा निकलने वाला था। पुलिस को डर था कि अगर ये मोर्चा निकलता तो कहीं कहीं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता था, इसीलिए जो मनसे के नेता और कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया है। तनिषा
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए सत्य प्रकाश, और सारी अपडेट शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन टू अ वेरी सिमिलर स्टोरी दैट surfaced last evening, where a shirtless, intoxicated political leader's son was caught on camera abusing a woman in Mumbai. Turns out he is the MNS leader Javed Sheikh's son, Rahil Sheikh. He was hurling abuses, threatening a Marathi language-speaking woman, flaunting his father's political ties. Now, this comes amid the language row in Maharashtra. Here's the full story on all that you need to know about the case.
Intoxicated, shirtless, Maharashtra Navnirman Sena leader's son was caught on camera abusing a Marathi language-speaking woman. In the viral video, Rahil Sheikh, son of MNS leader Javed Sheikh, was seen rabidly abusing the woman Rajeshri More, who confronted him for hitting her vehicle. Heavily intoxicated, he kept threatening, citing his father's political position. An FIR was registered at the Amboli police station, where he was detained for medical examination. His car was also further taken for probe by the Mumbai police. Rajashri More spoke to Republic about the incident, saying that Rahil Sheikh had used more abusive language, but she had not made those videos public yet.
मैंने वीडियो में आपको पूरी चीज़ें नहीं डाली है, जितनी ज़्यादा और गंदगी हुई है वो मैंने अभी तक वीडियो वायरल नहीं किए हैं। मेरे पास और भी वीडियो है जिसके अंदर वो सरासर बोला जा रहा है कि तुझे मैं देख लूँगा, मैं भी यहीं पे हूँ, तू भी यहीं पे है, मैं तुझे छोड़ूंगा नहीं, तू है कौन, तू राजश्री मोरे, तुझे जानता कौन है तू। हाँ, उसमें तो मैंने ये डाला ही है कि तू थाना में जाके देख मेरा बाप कौन है, एक काम कर तू राज ठाकरे के घर जा और तेरी गाड़ी का जो नुकसान हुआ है वहाँ से तू अपनी भरपाई लेके आ, बस मेरा नाम बता दे।
This comes amid the language row in Maharashtra where Rajashri More had made her opinion very clear. She said that the local Marathi population could turn worse if the immigrants in the state were forced to move out due to language imposition row. She was apparently targeted by the MNS because of her comments.
मराठी वर्सेस नॉन मराठी जो चल रहा है, जो मैंने मुद्दा उठाया था 2 दिन पहले, मेरे ऊपर इसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने 200 लोग इकट्ठा करके मुझे टारगेट किया गया, मुझे धमकियाँ दी कि जो मैं व्यवसाय करती हूँ, मैं बिज़नेस करती हूँ, ऑन रोड मेरे स्टूडियोज़ है, उन्होंने मुझे धमकियाँ दी कि तुम्हारा व्यवसाय हम ख़त्म कर देंगे, हम सब कुछ तोड़ देंगे। वो लोग मुझे धमकियाँ दे रहे थे ओशिवरा पुलिस स्टेशन में।
Samajwadi Party leader Abu Azmi has said that the MNS leader's son's actions show his lack of love for Marathi.
ऐसा है कि इन लोगों की आदत ही झगड़ा लड़ाई है, इन्हें मराठी से कोई प्यार नहीं है। ये लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ जनता की आंखों में धूल झोल रहे हैं। अगर इनको मराठी से प्यार होता तो मराठी महिला के साथ इस तरह नहीं करते। और मराठी समाज के लिए कौन सा काम किया इन्होंने आज तक? सिर्फ मराठी और उत्तर भारतीयों को लड़ाना, हिंदी और मराठी के नाम में झगड़ा कराना, यही काम इनका है। मैं नहीं समझता हूँ कि ये लोग मराठी जनता के लिए कोई अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
This video has gone viral on social media with leaders demanding Javed Sheikh to be held accountable for his actions.
All right, breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with Bihar businessman Gopal Ka murder case, where the shooter behind the murder has now been arrested. Sources say that the accused, identified as Umesh, was nabbed by police from Patna in a dramatic encounter. He's accused of opening fire on Ka, leading to his death. Further investigation in the case is underway to uncover the full conspiracy behind the killing, or what was the actual reason, what was his actual motive. Now, Vikas alias Raja was, remember, an accused in the Gopal Ka murder case. He was killed in a police encounter. Now, according to details, the accused was involved in manufacturing and selling of illegal weapons. Now, the development came after the special investigation team and a special team of the task force were conducting raids when the accused opened fire at the police as soon as he saw the cops. Now, he was killed in a retaliatory fire is what we know. The police had arrested 2 persons in connection with the case already in regard with the murder of Patna-based industrialist Gopal Ka, including the man who had pulled the trigger. We learned that another person who was suspected of having hired the contract killer was also detained. There was a statement as well that was given out by the police earlier.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. Adarsh Nagar police station in the national capital have registered a case of attempt to murder after shots were fired leading to injuries to a minor, and this happened near Azadpur terminal in the national capital. Crime and forensic team was present at the site for investigation. Rainfall has caused waterlogging in parts of Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad. Bholnath colony was one of the areas affected by the waterlogging. A local resident has stated that nearly 15 to 20 houses have been immersed in water. He said that the drain water along with rainwater has caused the waterlogging in the colony. Moradabad Additional Municipal Commissioner Ajit Kumar said that as per the orders of the Municipal Commissioner, they got all the drains cleaned before the 28th of May. He stated that as a result, 90% of the city is not waterlogged. Aerial footage showed the devastating aftermath of the deadly flooding in County, Texas. The death toll from the catastrophic flooding in Texas over the July 4th weekend has surpassed 100. The number of deaths reached 104 on Monday as a massive search continued for the missing people. Now, as the 17th BRICS summit would close in Rio de Janeiro, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made headlines as he brought terrorism to the global forefront. He also conducted several bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the Rio summit. Here's a lowdown of all that you need to know.
As the Rio BRICS summit drew to a close on Monday, PM Modi stood out as he brought terrorism to the global front and center. Addressing the inaugural session of the event, the PM set the tone for fellow BRICS partners as he battled for urgent structural reforms at the UN and other global institutions. Sending out a terse message to the West, the PM said BRICS has been a victim of double standards. Calling for a global alliance against terror, the PM battled for sanctions against terrorists and the financiers. In the joint resolution, the BRICS partners condemned the Pahalgam massacre while pledging zero tolerance for terror. The BRICS also called on the developed countries to do more to help poor nations meet the climate goals. While the PM held center stage, the BRICS partners also endorsed India's candidacy for hosting the COP33 in 2028. On the sidelines of the Rio event, the PM also sat down for key bilaterals with BRICS partners and other leaders. He met Bolivian President Luis Arce Catacora on the sidelines of the Rio summit, with the two leaders reviewing bilateral cooperation and expressing satisfaction with the progress achieved. With the PM setting the tone and tenor of the Rio summit, the event has yet again reinforced India's standing in a multipolar world.
Moving on, the Karnataka government is stuck between a rock and false promises. Now, this after making tall promises before coming to power. The Congress is finding it tough to make ends meet. In the latest Annabhagya scheme, a boon for the poor is stuck without payments. Trucks that transport these grains have stopped their trucks because of a 250 crore rupees payment due. Here's the full story.
Scores of trucks halted. Trucks carrying food grains for ration shops stopped in their tracks. This is the sorry state of affairs in Karnataka. The Federation of Karnataka State Lorry Owners and Agents Association has brought the food grain transportation network to a grinding halt. And the reason is pending dues for 6 long months.
The Karnataka state government was owned by Congress because of they promised the 5 guarantee schemes, out of which Annabhagya is also one of the major schemes that they announced. And since the inception of the idea or the guarantee scheme, the lorry associations have supported their complete transportation support to the Karnataka state government to transport the rice from one of the places to various other parts of the state. And Shanmugappa, while talking to the media, has very clearly mentioned that the Karnataka State Lorry Owners Association will not support the Karnataka state government henceforth because at least 250 crores of amount has been pending since the inception of this scheme, and there have been various other requests placed in front of the government for which CM Siddaramaiah had previously claimed that the settlement will be done in various other parts and will be made as soon as possible. However, with continued demands, Siddaramaiah has neglected the demands of the lorry association, and in fact this in turn has made at least 3,000 to 4,000 drivers come owners to fall into the street, and this is one of the reasons as to why the transportation of food grains have been stopped immediately. We are waiting for the response from the government as of now.
The Federation President has alleged that the payments for transporting food grains under the Annabhagya scheme have not been cleared since February. The Annabhagya scheme is one of the Congress government's flagship guarantees in the state of Karnataka. But it is now on the verge of complete collapse as the supply chain stands disrupted. Adding to the controversy, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's economic advisor sparked outrage by saying that the people must now choose between developmental policies or guarantee schemes, as the budget cannot sustain both together. But this is not an isolated crisis. Even the RDPR staff in Karnataka have reportedly not received their salaries for months now. The BJP has launched a scathing attack, calling the Congress governance in Karnataka nothing but jhoot and loot. The opposition is citing unfulfilled promises, skyrocketing prices, and a long list of scams, from the Muda scam to the housing scam, the liquor scam, and the Valmiki Corporation scam. The financial crunch, the protests, and the scams are now painting a troubling picture for the Karnataka Congress government.
In a major development in Odisha's battle against Maoist insurgency, 3 hardcore Maoist cadres have surrendered to the authorities. Now, this comes in the heels of the massive success of Operation Black Forest, further signalling the weakening of the Maoist strongholds across the region. The surrender is expected to make a turning point in efforts to restore peace and development.
With the massive success of Operation Black Forest, the crackdown against Red Terror continues. In a significant development, 3 hardcore Maoists laid down their arms in the Kandhamal district of Odisha on Monday. The surrender took place in the presence of top police officials and the commandant of the 127th Battalion. Officers revealed that the continuous anti-Maoist operations, dismantling of camps, seizure of arms, and recent encounters have weakened the Maoist strongholds in the Kandhamal district, once considered a bastion of red zone. The increased efforts come with the centre taking a hard stance against Maoist terrorism.
31/3/2026 ये देश नक्सलवाद से मुक्त हो जाएगा। और मित्रों, मैं फिर से बात विश्वास के साथ दोहराना चाहता हूं, जिस तरह से सुरक्षा बलों ने पराक्रम किया है, हमारी सूचना एजेंसियों ने सटीक रणनीति बनाई है, हमें लक्ष्य को सिद्ध कर रहेंगे। और आज मैं छत्तीसगढ़ वासियों को कहकर जाता हूं कि हर बार बारिश में नक्सली थोड़ा आराम कर लेते थे, इस बार बारिश में भी हम उनको सोने नहीं देंगे और 31 दिन के लक्ष्य को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
In Kandhamal, the trio reportedly cited mental and physical exploitation, forced extortion, and ideological disillusionment as reasons for their surrender. The surrender will now lead to coordination efforts to let them function once again in the mainstream society.
All right, starting with the breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Bengaluru Stampede Stadium case, where the Karnataka High Court, we learned that today we'll hear multiple petitions seeking to quash the FIR. Now, among the petitioners is Nikhil, who has already secured anticipatory bail. The bench of Justice Krishna Kumar will hear 5 such petitions, including those filed by RCB official Rajesh V and KSCA. All matters will be taken up together today in today's hearing. So, a big hearing that's going to take place in the Karnataka High Court today, where the court will be hearing the bail petitions of those who had been arrested. One among them was Nikhil. He was the RCB's marketing head. Other officials also include the RCB official Rajesh V and KSCA members. Now, all matters will be taken up together in today's hearing in the court today. Moving on to some other news that we are tracking on the broadcast. Russia's ex-minister has been found dead. Now, this was hours after he was fired. The investigators suspect a suicide. Here's the full story.
Russia's former transport minister was found dead, hours after being dismissed by President Vladimir Putin, in what officials said was an apparent suicide. Roman Starovoyt, years of age, served as Russia's transport minister since May 2024, was fired in a presidential decree earlier in the day that gave no reason for his dismissal. Hours later, Russia's investigative committee, the top state criminal investigation agency, said the body of Starovoyt was found in his car with a gunshot wound. A criminal probe has been launched into the former minister's death, and investigators see suicide as the most likely cause. Russian media have claimed that Starovoyt's dismissal could have been linked to an investigation into the embezzlement of state funds allocated for building fortifications in Kursk's region, where he served as governor before being appointed as cabinet member. The alleged embezzlement has been named as one of the reasons behind defiances in Russia's defensive lines that failed to stem a Ukrainian incursion into the Kursk region that was launched in August 2024.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. A jeweler was killed, another person was injured in an attempted armed robbery at a jewellery showroom in Surat, Gujarat. One of the accused was nabbed by locals. 3 others managed to escape. The younger brother of the shop owner was shot twice in the chest and was later declared dead. Efforts are underway to catch the rest of the accused. Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam stated that the part of Pakistani ship a boy was missing and it drifted in the Indian waters due to sea currents. He said that no one has entered Indian borders. He stated that the Indian Coast Guard security is quite competent and that they are definitely on alert and inquiry is underway. Gujarat DGP Vikas Sahai has stated that externment orders were issued against 1,025 antisocial elements from March 15 to May 31st this year. The police has also invoked the Gujarat Prevention of Antisocial Activities against over 800 people. In the last 15 days, 17 offenders have been detained under the PIT NDPS Act. Time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break is the top story on Donald Trump declaring a tariff war on 14 countries. Also after the break are the inside details of the India and the United States trade deal. Where has he reached before the July 9 deadline nears end?
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Thank you for staying with Republic. You're watching Live and Breaking at 9:30 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Yes, the ball is in India's court as far as the trade deal between India and United States are concerned. We have a lot more on that. Breaking news update, all that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Donald Trump announces tariff on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar. Donald Trump says the United States is very close to making deal with India. Prime Minister Modi says we will redefine BRICS under India's presidency. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issues stern warning ahead of the Kanwar Yatra, directs officials to ensure foolproof arrangements. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. And the top story that we're tracking on today's edition is about the United States President Donald Trump imposing additional 10% tariff on 14 countries. Remember, he had nearly slapped 25% tariff on Japan and South Korea in his first letters to the trading partners ahead of a deadline to reach with a deal, with Trump saying that at the weekend, starting from Monday, he would send a first batch of up to 15 letters to countries informing them that he would reimpose harsh tariff that he had proposed in April in near identically wounded letters to the Japanese and South Korean leaders. Now, Trump said that the tariff would apply from August 1st because their trading relationship with Washington were unfortunately far from reciprocal. First up, let's listen into that statement by Donald Trump.
Final offer. Look, we're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years. But we had no other president that was willing to do this. I did it my first term with China and others. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. No inflation, the most successful period of time that we've ever had financially in the country. The first term. I think this term is going to be much better, even much better than that. That was the best ever, and this is going to be, I think, substantially better. And we're on the way to doing that. We've already taken in over $100 billion worth of tariffs, and we haven't even started. And all I say to the other countries is, you know, some of them wanted to make a deal and want to be fair. Others perhaps got a little bit spoiled. They were a little bit spoiled because for 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were taking advantage of the country. So we're going to, I would say, final, but if they call with a different offer and if I like it, we'll do it. I would say firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now, yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plans?
And even as the United States has threatened of 10% tariff and has in fact even sent out letters to 14 nations, it is the White House press secretary that just some time ago issued a statement which said that the BRICS is undermining United States interests, and that's why the additional tariff. Listen in.
Have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today. And there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet. And that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The President will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself.
Ambassador Deepak Vora is joining us today on the Trump tariff showdown. Ambassador Vora, thank you very much for joining us today. A very good morning to you. That's the top story, the top headline. Donald Trump yet again imposing tariff, additional tariff. In fact, India, however, has not yet been in the list. And there is a talk about the mini trade deal being cracked July 9. That is tomorrow is the deadline. Where are you expecting this to go?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you. I was listening to the magnificent report, and that gives me a lot of information early in the morning. Thank you. Now, what happens to McDonald Trump? You can either You love him, you hate him, you can't ignore the fellow. If he stays out of the news for more than one day, he then does something that he goes right back into the headlines. Now he's hit the first two to be hit were his allies, his partners, South Korea and Japan, both developed countries. And he said, all right, guys, you've been doing funny things with me, and so now we are going to hit back. You might recall that about some time ago, he had also said about tariffs. Oh, what a beautiful word. Oh, I love the word tariffs. This is Donald Trump. And then he said that all these BRICS fellows who are doing all funny things, go find another sucker. America is no longer going to be your sucker. Essentially, America, having been the sole superpower, had to behave like a superpower pre-Trump. And that was that you have to be generous with your trading partners. But this guy, being a business person, has said, no, I'm not going to be generous. It has to be, in my opinion, a fair deal. And what is a fair deal? Again, it's my opinion. So I believe, ma'am, that he has now already pushed it back from 9 July to 1st August, the date which the tariffs will come into effect. That also gives other countries a chance to talk to him. We are talking to him, even as I'm on your show, as we are discussing. We are right now talking to these guys and saying, what do you want? India is a huge market. You want to lose the Indian market, then you've got nothing left. Ma'am, the basic issue, you can look at the figures and you can see all the import-export. The basic thing is that if you're talking of reshoring, bringing back American industry to produce in America, you'll have high costs. Where is your market? The Chinese market is close to you. Europe doesn't like you very much. That leaves us. If you want to lose the Indian market also, then MAGA, Make America Great Again, will become MAA, which is Make America Alone Again. I think he's smart enough to realize he doesn't want it. He's going to come to a deal with us. We would like a deal with him so that we don't go through this hiccup anymore. And at least for his term, the remainder of his term as president, it's relatively smooth sailing. I don't think there are big issues. I've looked at it with a fine-tooth comb. I won't go into details, but let me just say there is nothing that can damage the Indian economy severely or the American economy severely if a deal acceptable to both is not crafted within the next few days.
Absolutely, sir. So I request you to stay with me because like you were talking about how nothing can shake the Indian economy. But however, this statement of the Donald Trump, this move of Donald Trump has drawn severe and sharp criticism. This time it's the Brazilian president who has spoken on the tariff and said that he does not want an emperor and that the world does not need an emperor. Listen in.
Presidente da República de país do tamanho dos Estados Unidos ficar ameaçando o mundo através da internet. Não é correto. Sabe? Ele precisa saber que o mundo mudou. Sabe? Não queremos imperador. Nós somos países soberanos. Se ele achar que ele pode taxar, os países têm o direito de taxar também. Presidente da República de país do tamanho dos Estados Unidos ficar ameaçando o mundo através da internet. Não é correto. Sabe? Ele precisa saber que o mundo mudou. Sabe? Não queremos imperador. Nós somos países soberanos. Se ele achar que ele pode taxar, os países têm o direito de taxar também.
All right, that's the warning, Deepak Vora, that the Brazilian president has issued, that if Donald Trump thinks he has the right to impose tariff, then other nations as well. And that's what Trump should be expecting. Do you think Trump is acting as a bully as far as the nations are concerned? Because earlier, remember that visual from the Oval Office where he was seen schooling Zelensky, soon after which there was another visual where he was doing the same with the South African president, insulting leaders, now imposing tariff, taking a sole decision, not walking with the world. What do you think Trump is trying to do?
Basically tell the world that the United States is still the most powerful country in the world. You lump it if you don't believe that. He doesn't like the president whom I've met, Lula da Silva, Inácio Lula da Silva. He doesn't like him at all because the earlier president, a fellow called Jair Bolsonaro, was Trump's darling. And Jair Bolsonaro is now on trial on charges of plotting a coup to stop Lula from assuming the presidency. And so this fellow, Trump, has posted on his social media thing that you guys better not hound the previous fellow, this is a witch hunt that I will not accept. And it's the same term that he had used against his own opponents in the United States. So he doesn't like Lula, and he wants, if he doesn't like anyone, ma'am, like he felt that Zelensky was getting too big for his boots, or the South African or the others, he cuts them down to size. He felt the same with Ping Pong of China. He's done the same. So as far as we are concerned, ma'am, he is a bully, there's no question, but he's also a narcissist. A narcissist is a bully by definition. He loves himself, nobody else loves him. So what he would like to do is tell the world, America is there, America is great, and you guys take into account my own interest. And my own interest is that America's industry should come back, American products should be, and he's talking about reciprocity. I sell you $10, you buy from me $10. I think he'll get his way, ma'am, but with some countries like India, large countries, he will have to make some concessions, as we will. It'll be a give and take, but we'll reach a deal.
Absolutely, Sir. Deepak Bora, it was lovely talking to you. Thank you for that insightful session. We look forward to having you again with us. But for now, we move on to the other stories that we are tracking, and this is in regard with Gopal Ka murder case that took place just a few days back. Now, the shooter behind the murder of the Bihar businessman Gopal Ka has been shot dead in an encounter. We learned that the encounter has taken place in Patna, where the accused that was responsible for killing and firing shots at Gopal Ka has now been killed in an encounter. We learned that the police got a tip-off about the accused, soon after which they had started firing at the accused, and the accused was killed in an retaliatory firing. Shivangi is joining us live from the newsroom on that. Shivangi, what more details do we have about the accused? We learned that the accused has been killed in an encounter and that he was responsible for firing at Gopal Ka, the businessman from Bihar. We also have initial details about the accused being an arms supplier.
Right, a big update coming in right now, Tanisha. What we're learning is that one of the shooters in the Gopal Ka case has now been killed in an encounter. Now, I just want to take our viewers through exactly what this is. Gopal Ka was a very renowned businessman in Patna, and we saw that he was shot dead right outside his house in Patna. It was a crime which sent shockwaves across the state of Bihar. And what we see right now is that, from what we understand, is that one of the shooters there and the accused who had supplied weapons to the shooter, who has been in fact working behind the scenes as well, has now been killed in an encounter with the Patna police. We are coming to know some more details about the encounter which has taken place. We will of course try to get our viewers more, but remember that this is the shooter, one of the shooters, one of the accused in the Gopal Ka murder, has now been killed in an encounter. So this is some initial reports coming in. We also know that this is encounter of one of the accused has been reported. We'll put those pictures also coming in on the spot. So the main accused has been shot in an encounter. The pictures are on your screen of the CCTV footage that you see there. So this CCTV footage shows exactly what happened, the incident which took place. One of the shooters, there are two main accused here. They were waiting just outside the businessman's residence, and as soon as Ka approached his house, the shooters opened fire and fled from the scene. So we're still trying to get our viewers more details about what is the exact name of one of the main accused right now, because there were multiple accused and multiple people involved here. But one of the main accused has now been killed in an encounter. Back to you, Tanisha.
Right, Shivangi, thank you for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. But after the break, we're going to get you details of the statement that has been made by the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, and this is in regard with the Kavod Yatra. Chief Minister Yogi warns rioters, demands strict action against those who try to stall the Kavod Yatra. Also, after the break are the details of how an RCB cricketer, Yash Dayal, has been filed on an FIR on charges of sexual exploitation.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Thank you for staying with Republic. We start with the breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the firing that has taken place in the Azadpur terminal, where we learned that a minor has sustained injuries. Now, the firing took place near Delhi's Azadpur terminal. This has sparked panic in the area. Several rounds were reportedly fired late last evening. A minor boy who lives in the nearby MCD colony was shot in the incident. Now, the crime and forensic teams have reached the spot soon after, and an investigation is underway. Remember, police is not ruling out any angle as far as the case is concerned. Ganesh is joining us live from Azadpur from the incident spot. Ganesh, क्या जानकारी है, किस वक्त ये घटना हुई और किस चीज को लेके फायरिंग हुई थी वहां पे?
देखिए, कल ये फिलहाल मैं आदर्श नगर थाने में मौजूद हूँ। उसके इलाके के पास में ये इलाका है जहाँ पर कल देर रात कई राउंड गोलियां चली। अपने विजय निशांत से कहूँगा एक बार दिखाएं घटनास्थल की वो तस्वीर जहाँ पर कई राउंड गोली चलती है और नाबालिग इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में घायल हो जाता है। उसे नज़दीक के अस्पताल में ले जाया जाता है। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले को लेकर पुलिस के द्वारा तफ्तीश की जा रही है। फॉरेंसिक टीम भी यहाँ पर आई थी, जाँच करने गई, और ये पूरा वो इलाका है जहाँ पर वो नाबालिग बताया जाता है। इसी इलाके के अंदर वो नाबालिग रहता था और देर रात कई राउंड गोली चली है। फिलहाल इस पूरे घटना के बाद नाबालिग को नज़दीकी अस्पताल में इलाज के लिए ले जाया गया है। पुलिस के द्वारा तफ्तीश की जा रही है कि किस वजह से इस तरीके से इस इलाके के अंदर कई राउंड गोली चलती है। गोली चलने की वजह से इस पूरे इलाके में हड़कंप मच जाता है। फिलहाल पुलिस हर एक एंगल से यहाँ पर जांच कर रही है। इलाके में मौजूद सीसीटीवी कैमरे को खंगाल रही है। जी
गणेश, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन टू द अदर स्टोरीज दैट वी आर ट्रैकिंग नाउ। परमानेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव of India to the United Nations in New York, Ambassador Harish has spoken regarding the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan at the UN General Assembly meeting. Now, the meeting was held in Germany yesterday. He mentioned the efforts that India has made to provide humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. He shared that since the August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 of wheat, over 330 mts of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of pesticide and other materials of other essential items, and this is in support to Afghanistan. Here's the statement.
The permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish, spoke at the UN General Assembly meeting, which was held in Germany yesterday. He spoke at the meeting on the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan. He stated that India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity-building initiatives for the Afghan people. We have been working closely with UN agencies to support the Afghan people in critical areas such as health, food security, education and sports. India's commitment to Afghanistan's reconstruction is demonstrated through more than 500 development partnerships across all provinces. Since August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 metric tons of wheat, over 330 metric tons of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of the pesticide malathion, and 58.6 metric tons of other essential items, supporting millions of Afghans in dire need of humanitarian assistance. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we have provided 84 metric tons of assistance and medicines and 32 metric tons of social support items for drug rehabilitation programs.
Ambassador Parvat Nene Harish also stated that India has provided scholarships to Afghani students.
India also continues to offer scholarships and fellowships to Afghan students. Since 2023, we have provided scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate courses to 2,000 Afghan students, including nearly 600 girls.
Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, a verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul-e-Muslimin Chief Asauddin Owaisi after the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders said that India is only the country where minorities are given so many facilities. Now, the AIMIM leader lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that he holds a constitutional post, not a throne, adding that minority rights are fundamental rights, not charity. Rijiju, who is the Minority Affairs Minister, on Friday, remember, had accused the opposition parties of playing politics in the name of minorities, referring to their objection to the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in Bihar. So that's a huge statement that Asauddin Owaisi has given. This has struck the minority rights debate. It's a face-off between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and Asauddin Owaisi. Now, this comes after the AIMIM leader lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that he holds a constitutional post and not a throne, adding that the minority rights are fundamental rights and not charity. Rijiju, who is the Minority Affairs Minister, on Friday had accused the opposition parties of playing politics in the name of minorities, referring to their objection to the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in Bihar. So, minority affairs debate has now struck where Asauddin Owaisi and Union Minister Kiran Rijiju happen to be in a verbal tiff regarding India's minorities. Now, Owaisi on Kiran Rijiju's minority remarks had said that Indian Muslim hostages and not citizens. That's a big statement that Owaisi had claimed, in fact, where he said that Indian Muslims are hostages and not citizens. Moving on to the stories that are making international headlines. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he has nominated the United States President Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, personally handing him a copy of the nomination letter during their dinner at the White House. Here's that statement.
In one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it. In one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it. In one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Now, the Nobel Peace Prize offer has been given to Donald Trump. Netanyahu has backed him. This comes after, remember, the United States strike on Iran nuke sites. After United States had openly and officially backed Israel, Israel is now going ahead, returning that favor to Donald Trump, saying that they nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize. Remains to be seen on how this story pans out. But for now, it's time to wrap up this edition. Coming up next is, again, live and breaking with more news and updates. It's time for us to slip into a short break for now.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Donald Trump says he's very close to making a deal with India, but on the other hand, he slapped tariffs on 14 nations. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, but the headlines first. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries. Hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia by 25%, South Africa by 30%, and 40% on Myanmar.
Spoken to everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Trump says close to making a deal with India. Prime Minister Modi says we will redefine BRICS under India's presidency. Sources say Pakistan Navy is facing crisis after Operation Sindoor. Pakistan Navy fleet notably absent from strategic waters of Arabian Sea. Bihar businessman Gopal Ka shooter killed in encounter in Patna. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issues a stern warning ahead of the Kanwar Yatra, directs officials to ensure foolproof arrangements. Breaking news coming in. As per sources, Pakistan naval fleet is still facing crisis following Operation Sindoor. Sources say that after India struck Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, Pakistan's naval fleet has been notably absent from the strategic waters of the Arabian Sea. Viewers, this is a big update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. From what we understand so far, is that sources say following Operation Sindoor, Pakistan's naval fleet has been notably absent from strategic waters of the Arabian Sea. And we have some points for you. Now, what we understand, local tech unavailability, expensive foreign maintenance pushes Pakistan Navy in a limbo. And this is coming post-Operation Sindoor. Internal Pakistan Navy assessment reveals 50% of its submarines not combat fit. Limited naval fleet led to inexperienced naval personnel in Pakistan Navy. Remember that Pakistan's Navy is no match to India. I repeat, Pakistan's Navy is no match to India. And key assets of Pakistan, including Gwadar Port, vulnerable as Pakistan Navy fails to prevail. The sea conditions. This was revealed during exercise conducted by Pakistan post Operation Sindoor in last week of May 2025. Back to where it's coming in here on Republic TV, viewers, and from what we understand so far is that looks like once again Pakistan is on the back foot. All right, let's go to our guest. We are being joined right now by Major Samar Toor, defense expert, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Major Toor here. Now, we knew this, and when we were doing extensive coverage during Operation Sindoor, we told our viewers that Pakistan's Navy is no match to Indian Navy at all. Now we see that the Pakistani naval fleet is absent, and it is, in fact, from what we understand, is not being able to do its due diligence on the seas. What do you think is happening there, Major?
You see, from day one, Pakistan's overall fleet is just 121 boats of all different sizes and capabilities, compared to the 293 naval ships that India possesses today. And these are now the difference is that Pakistan has literally been struggling ever since their independence, and majority of the Pakistan naval ships have been the ones which were transferred from the Indian Royal Navy in 1947. So basically, they've been thriving on these ships, and it was an eye-opener for them in 1971. And you see, if you see, the Pakistan Navy has just 50 fleet-size vessels compared to 150 vessels of the Indian Navy. Then we possess 15 submarines, which are Kalveri class and Kilo class, whereas Pakistan just has 8 Augusta class and Chinese-built submarines. And you see, there is no reliability of the Chinese equipment that we saw in Op Sindoor. Then you see the surface combatant ships, they have only 4 corvettes compared to our 15 frigates. And we have 10 destroyers, they have only 4 modern frigates. And they don't have any aircraft carrier which is operational. We have INS Vikrant, which is there as an aircraft carrier. So you see, there is a very vast void in terms of everything, including the missile systems. That we have the BrahMos, we have the Barak, we have various indigenous variants of missile systems and delivery systems through submarine, through frigates, through aerial platforms. And as far as the missile system for the Pakistan Navy is concerned, they just have Harpoon and few Chinese-made anti-ship missiles. And as far as the naval bases are concerned, they have basically key bases for Pakistan are Karachi and Ormara bases, naval bases.
Whereas, as far as India is concerned, we have multiple naval bases because we have a very vast coastline. And other than that, the international collaborators with the Pakistan Navy are just the Chinese and the Turkish. That's it. The Turks are there and the Chinese are there. To some extent, they have the French-made diesel submarines, which are very old, which are more than 15 to 20 years old and are operationally not safe. If they try to go to a depth for testing the depth, probably they all are going to fail the depth test and they are going to give way. Yes. As far as India is concerned, we are collaborating with the United States, we are collaborating with the French, we are collaborating with the Russians and other ASEAN countries. So our estimated budget is 10 billion annually in terms of budget and funding. And the new corvettes and the ships that we are making, which are 6th generation stealth, they are state of the art. So I think there is actually no comparison. And in Op Sindoor, had there been a situation where a green signal would have been given to the Navy, probably things would have spiraled beyond Pakistan's control and all their seaports would have been destroyed. Yes. And their Navy, as it is, was not able to confront the Indian Navy despite it being right at the international waters of Pakistan.
Major, absolutely. And also from what we understand, this is source-based information coming in right now. The reports say that the naval fleet of Pakistan is aging and they don't even have money to repair them.
As I said, their fleet is as old as 1970. The last actual war that we fought with them for the liberation of Bangladesh. Since then, a majority of their ships are in use since 1971 and they have not, pondered upon or they have not given it a serious thought for the upgrades. So that shows the actual economical turmoil. And as far as I foresee presently, only China is going to come to a certain extent to rescue them and to provide them the naval ships. Otherwise, it is very unlikely that they can afford any European country naval ships or even submarines for that matter. And if they do, the matters will only get more and more tense. Like, for example, PNS Ghazi was the one which was collecting information and doing surveillance and recce, and it was eventually shot down by our Indian Navy. So you see, the competence of the Pakistan Navy is always questionable. It's doubtful. Operationally, they do not have much experience. And recently, 2 months back, they had a joint naval exercise at an international level where approximately 60, so claimed by Pakistan that 60 countries all around the world had participated in their joint naval exercise, which I do not foresee that any major military power was involved in these exercises. So it is evidently clear that the Pakistan Navy is in deep waters, is in trouble, and they should just pray that they shouldn't do any misadventure against the Indian forces, because I am very positive that now the second time Navy is definitely going to come into the picture for operations.
Okay, thank you for joining us there. Major Tour joining us as we keep reporting on the state of Pakistan's Navy. All right, breaking news coming in. We move ahead. BJP claims that Congress chief Kharge has insulted President Draupadi Murmu. That is right. BJP says Kharge has called President a land grabber. Okay, huge update coming in, viewers. Not the first time that we have heard the Congress leaders make these kind of statements against the president. We'll go across. We have a guest joining us right now on the phone line. We have with us BJP leader and spokesperson RP Singh joining us. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Singh. Very, very obvious that the Congress continues making these statements, has refused to apologize. Now the BJP says that Kharge has called the president a land grabber. Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, we will connect right back. We'll connect right back to the BJP leader and national spokesperson RP Singh in a moment from now. But the Congress chief once again making these comments, and like we were telling our viewers, it's a history of Congress leaders. Even Rahul Gandhi making very, very questionable remarks against President Murmu and other leaders. So BJP says the Congress chief has this time made a comment calling President Murmu a land grabber, viewers. That is right. Back to back is coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. Remember that there has been a string of comments which have been made, by the Congress leaders. We have seen how Congress has repeatedly made comments on President Murmu. Let's not forget, few months ago, Sonia Gandhi made a poor thing remark comment to President Murmu. Let's go and play out the reactions.
तो बड़े बोलेंगे, मुर्मा जी को हम प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाए, कोविंद को हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया. हाँ भाई बनाए, कई के लिए बनाए? हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारा जल रोकने के लिए बनाए, हमारी जमीन खींचने के लिए कर रहे. तो बड़े बोलेंगे, मुर्मा जी को हम प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाए, कोविंद को हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया. हाँ भाई बनाए, कई के लिए बनाए? हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारा जल रोकने के लिए बनाए, हमारी जमीन खींचने के लिए कर रहे.
All right, viewers. So you heard what Mallikarjun Kharge has said, calling President Murmu a land grabber. That's what the BJP is saying. That once again, Kharge has insulted the President of India, Draupadi Murmu. That is right. And let's also take you through the string of comments. Let's not forget there was a complaint which was filed against Sonia Gandhi because she had used two words, poor thing remark on President. This happened around a few months ago. A complaint was filed against Sonia Gandhi in Bihar court for remarks against President Draupadi Murmu. We have seen multiple times how Rahul Gandhi has also made similar remarks. And now we are learning that once again, the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge has made remarks on President Murmu after back-to-back incidents of the same nature. The BJP leaders have demanded apology every time from the Congress leaders for this comment. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking right now. Breaking news coming in. Cricketer Yash Dayal has been booked in an alleged sexual exploitation case under the pretext of marriage. FIR has been registered against a cricketer in Ghaziabad. This comes days after a woman from Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, who claimed to have been in a 5-year long relationship with the cricketer, filed a complaint alleging emotional and mental and physical abuse. Dayal has been booked under Section 69 of the BNS, which deals with sexual acts carried out through deceit or false promises of marriage. The offence is punishable by up to 10 years in prison along with a fine. The FIR was lodged at Indirapuram police station following a preliminary inquiry. Okay, so back-to-back is coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see that fresh trouble coming in for Yash Dayal, the cricketer. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Akil. Akil, FIR has been registered and there are multiple sections, including Section 69 of the BNS on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating by making false promises of marriage. Akil.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. If you see in this very case, a case has already been registered, a formal FIR has already been registered against cricketer Yash Dayal. And he, as we all know, that he plays for RCB. Apart from that, he also plays for the Uttar Pradesh cricket team as well. So in this case, I just spoke few moments back to the victim as well. She's reluctant to come on camera at this point in time, and she's saying that she's trying to build up her case legally. So that's why she has filed an FIR with the Indrapuram police station as of now. And what we have seen that under section 69 of the BNS, an FIR has already been registered. And while I was speaking to her, she said that she has confessed that she was not only sexually exploited by the accused in connection with the case, and she was also financially and mentally tortured by Yash Dayal. So this is a very concerning news that is coming. And at this point in time, what we have seen that we also tried to reach out to Yash Dayal as well, but he has not responded to our call as of now.
That is right. Thank you, Arnab, for getting us those details. I will be coming back to you for more as we see that FIR has been registered. I really have to move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And viewers, getting some updates, a jeweler was killed and another person was injured in an attempted armed robbery at a jewellery showroom in Surat of Gujarat. One of the accused was nabbed by the locals. 3 others managed to escape. The younger brother of the shop owner was shot twice in the chest and was later declared dead. Efforts are underway to catch the rest of the accused. Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam stated that a part of the Pakistani ship was missing and it drifted into the Indian waters due to sea currents. He said that no one has entered Indian waters, stated that Indian Coast Guard security is quite competent and they are definitely alert. An inquiry is underway. Gujarat DGP Vikas Sahai stated that the externment orders were issued against 1,025 anti-social elements from March 15 to May 31st this year. The police has also invoked the Gujarat Prevention of Anti-Social Activities Act against over 800 people. In the last 15 days, the 17 offenders have been detained under the PIT, NDPS and this act. Alright, let's move ahead. LOP Rahul Gandhi amid Bihar Bandh called on July 9th over Election Commission special intensive revision. He will lead the Bandh or the Chakka Jam tomorrow in Patna. The Bandh call has been made by the opposition in the state to implement special intensive revision of the voters list, which will go to polls in a few months.
कार्रवाई हो रही है, पुलिस पूरी लगी है, डीजीपी लगी हुई है। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि अपनी राजनीति के लिए इस तरह के कार्यक्रम करते हैं तो तनाव बढ़ाते हैं, ये भी देखना पड़ेगा। अभी बिहार में शांति की जरूरत है और बाकी तो चुनाव आ रहा है, चुनाव में सब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा।
हमारे कांग्रेस के पीसीसी ने कहा है कि 9 तारीख को जो भारतवर्ष में जो ट्रेड यूनियन का ऐलान है चक्का जाम का, उसका तो समर्थन हम लोग कर ही रहे हैं। साथ में जो बिहार के गरीब मतदाताओं के साथ जो नाइंसाफ़ी हो रही है, वोटर लिस्ट से नाम काटने की तैयारी हो रही है, उन गरीब मतदाताओं की रक्षा के लिए हम सब लोग, राहुल गांधी जी भी आ रहे हैं, सब लोग मिलकर के पटना में हम लोग चक्का जाम करने का काम करेंगे। और ये पूरा कार्यक्रम केवल पटना में तो हम लोग उपस्थित रहेंगे, लेकिन पूरे बिहार में हमारे ट्रेड यूनियन के जितने लोग हैं और हमारे महागठबंधन इंडिया अलायंस के हमारी जितनी पार्टी के लोग हैं, सभी लोग जो है चक्का जाम करेंगे। और इलेक्शन कमीशन और जो सरकार जो है, उन लोगों को होश ठिकाने लगे, इसके लिए ये कार्यक्रम हम लोगों का है और बड़ी मजबूती के साथ हम लोग जो है इस काम को पूरा करेंगे।
Viewers, getting you some updates coming. The shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Ka has been shot dead in the encounter. Viewers, that is right. Big update coming in right now. One of the accused, the main accused, in the Gopal Khemka murder has been killed. This is coming in from Bihar. Let's tell you that Gopal Khemka was a very well-known businessman who was shot dead right outside his residence in Patna. And the latest coming in, we also have on the right hand of the screen. This is the encounter visuals from the spot. And we're coming to know the shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka has now been shot dead a short while back. So this is the latest update in the story. The murder of Gopal Khemka sent shockwaves, I repeat, sent shockwaves across the state of Bihar. This accused was shot dead in a police encounter. In fact, there were two main accused here. We'll come to know more about this accused from Prakash Singh, our editor of special projects. There were two main accused in this case, Prakash. The shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka has been shot dead in that encounter. This was a murder of a businessman which had sent shockwaves all across Bihar.
Well, yes, it had shocked the people of Bihar as well as the establishment of Bihar, including Bihar government and different officials. And now that in an encounter late last night, yesterday, when the police was trying to raid at certain hideouts of the culprits on a tip-off provided by some of the accused who have been arrested already in custody. And police tried to raid one of the hideouts in a Bricklin in Malsalami area of Patna city, where I am on the way, and there the encounter took place between the police and the concerned accused called Vikas Urf Raja, and he had supplied the arms and ammunition to the shooter. That's what we are told. And he tried to flee away and also he shot at the policeman. In return, the police also retaliated and he was gunned down. Now his body is lying in the post-mortem room of the NMCH. Whereas one more accused, Umesh Yadav, is in custody. He is supposed to be the shooter who has been captured in the CCTV footage on the day of the killing. And he ran away in a nearby apartment. And on the basis of the raids that were conducted in the Beud Patna jail, there were certain tip-offs, and on the basis of CCTV footage, Patna and on the adjoining and areas of Patna, police corroborated evidences, and on the basis of raids conducted in the jail and investigation interrogation of certain gangsters in the Patna Central Jail, the police got a tip-off and then they were able to arrest one of the accused. Now, we are told that at 5 p.m. today, DGP Bihar would be holding a press conference and all the elements of this entire killing would be uncovered at 5 p.m. Back to you.
Yes, Prakash. Okay, thank you for getting those details. Now we know which is one of the main accused who has been killed in that encounter in the Gopal Khemka murder case. We're getting some more updates coming in. Now, this incident is horrific and it's very disturbing, viewers. It's coming in from Purnia. 5 people from the same family were brutally killed, allegedly due to witchcraft accusations. The police have arrested 3 in connection with this horrific crime. Watch this report for more.
Shock and grief gripped the Tedgama village in Purnia of Bihar after 5 members of the same family were burnt alive on allegations of witchcraft. They were brutally beaten, burnt, and then their bodies were thrown in the water. The suspicion that the family was practicing occult rituals grew so strong amongst the villagers that it drove them to this brutality. This horrific incident stemmed from the death of a boy who died 3 days ago during a local exorcism ritual. The villagers linked recent deaths in the area to this family, suspecting them of being responsible. The deceased have been identified as Babu Lal Orao, Sita Devi, Manjit Orao, Rania Devi and Tapto Masomat, all belonging to the same family. This gruesome murder has sent shockwaves. Police is actively searching for all the accused. One person, Nakul Kumar, has been arrested in connection with the case. Nakul is accused of instigating the villagers to burn the victims alive. A child from the family who survived narrated the horrific incident to the police.
2 बजे हमको कॉल किया मेरा भाई, बताया भैया भाभी को मम्मी को जला रहा है, आप कहाँ पे हैं, आओ। आए सुबह में पता चला हमको, तो आए तो कंप्लेन करने आए। मेरा फादर था, मेरा मम्मी था, मेरा भाभी था, मेरा भैया था, मेरा दादी, गांव का लोग मिलके।
किस आरोप में जलाया? क्या
मामला था? यानी कि डैन का ही मामला था। हम बाहर में थे, काम करने गए थे।
On the complaint of the boy, the police patrolled in the area along with the dog squad. Out of 5, 4 charred bodies were recovered from a nearby pond.
सोनू नाम का एक लड़का है जिसकी 16 वर्ष की आयु होगी। उनके द्वारा बताया गया कि उरांव लोग ही, मतलब ये मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन वहाँ आदिवासी उरांव की ही है, उन लोगों ने जादू टोना कह सकते हैं या डाइन के नाम पर जो उनके परिवार के 5 लोगों की हत्या कर दिया। ठीक है, उन्हें पुलिस तत्काल पहुंची है और सामने 5 बॉडी रिकवर हो गई है, चली हुई है। गिरफ्तारी भी 3 की हो गई।
Meanwhile, RJD leader questioned the law and order situation in Bihar. He also questioned Nitish Kumar-led NDA government over this horrific crime. The charred remains of the family members continue to serve as a grim symbol of unchecked superstition. Will society act now to extinguish this darkness?
Viewers, much for coming right up. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries. Hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia by 25%, South Africa by 30%, 40% on Myanmar. After BRICS summit in Rio, PM Modi arrives in Brasilia for state visit where he has gone ahead and is holding very important meetings, emphasizing India's vision for the global cooperation. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30%, and 40% on Myanmar.
And everybody, we know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Trump says close to making deal with India. After BRICS summit in Rio, PM Modi arrives in Brasilia for the state visit, where he held key bilateral meetings and emphasized India's vision for global cooperation. A verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Assuddin Owaisi after Rijiju says India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Bihar businessman Gopal Ka shooter killed in an encounter in Patna. UP CM Yogi Adityanath issues a stern warning. Kavod Yatra directs officials to ensure foolproof arrangements. We are live and breaking. Big update coming in. Shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Ka has now been shot dead in an encounter. Viewers, we'll go. I repeat, we will go to the encounter spot right now. And we'll tell you exactly what is happening. This is the case, the Gopal Ka murder case. Gopal Ka, a very renowned businessman, was shot dead right outside his residence in Patna. Let's go across to Prakash.
पुलिस ने प्रेस रिलीज जारी किया है। यहाँ पर विकास उर्फ राजा जो हथियार सप्लायर थे यहाँ पर भागने की कोशिश कर रहे थे और ये मार्किंग है, ये पत्थर पर लिखा गया है ए, फिर दूसरा है बी, सी, डी और ई, मतलब 5 राउंड गोलियां चली है और ये मार्किंग है इस इलाका में जो कि विकास उर्फ राजा जिसको बताया जाता है कि ये हथियार का सप्लायर था और इसकी निशानदेही हुई उमेश यादव के कहने पर, जिसकी शॉट्स दिखाई आप, उमेश यादव के कहने पर जिसने कबूला कि विकास उर्फ राजा ने हथियार सप्लाई किया था। पटना सिटी माल सलामी एरिया का ये पुराना पटना का इलाका है, जब पाटलिपुत्र राजधानी हुआ करती थी मगध साम्राज्य की, तब का ये पटना है और यहाँ पर ये आप देख रख सकते हैं ईंट भट्टा है और यहाँ पर इसी इलाके में उसने अपनी पनाह ले रखी थी, छिपा हुआ था और उसके बाद ये घटना को अंजाम दिया गया। यहाँ पर बॉडी पोस्टमार्टम के लिए रखा गया है। अब दूसरा आरोपी जो है गिरफ्त में है वो उमेश यादव जो कि मुख्य अभियुक्त है, शूटर है वो, जिसकी तस्वीरें हमने सीसीटीवी में भी देखी है और उसको लेकर बातें सामने आ रही है कि वो अजय वर्मा गैंग का है जो गैंगस्टर पटना के बेउर जेल में है और बेउर जेल में भी लगातार 2-3 दिन से छापेमारी चल रही थी। सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस आए, उसके बाद सीडीआर कॉल डंपिंग से निकाला गया और तमाम सीसीटीवी फुटेज सड़कों की आई है। उसके निशानदेही पर पटना पुलिस ने पहले उमेश यादव को गिरफ्तार किया, उसके बाद उसके निशानदेही पर विकास उर्फ राजा को गिरफ्त में लेकर उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की। उस दौरान उसकी मौत हो गई जब वो जवाबी हमला कर रहा था। बॉडी पोस्टमार्टम में है अभी। एक बार फिर से आप तस्वीरें दिखाइए जहां पर मार्किंग की गई है। 5 राउंड गोलियों से उसको छलनी कर दिया गया और ये जगह है डी, ई, बी और ए। अब शाम को 5 बजे इस पूरे मामले पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया जाएगा डीजीपी विनय कुमार के द्वारा और जिस तरीके से बिहार पुलिस की साख गिरती जा रही थी और नीतीश कुमार का कानून व्यवस्था का यूएसपी था जो जब 2005 में वो सरकार में आए थे, उसके बाद से ये पहली बार है 1-2 साल में जब से नीतीश कुमार की स्वास्थ्य में गिरावट आई है और तब से परसेप्शन खराब हुआ है 2-4 महीनों में और उसको लेकर पुलिस सजग हुई, सतर्क हुई और ये एक तरीके से एक मॉडल को अपनाया गया और आज मार गिराया गया। पुलिस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताएगी पूरी प्रक्रिया को कि कैसे ये सब किया गया और कौन कौन लोग थे। आप इधर आइए, कौन कौन लोग थे जो इसमें शामिल थे और यहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में पुलिसकर्मी भी मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर थाना के लोग मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए, वहाँ पर ये हाईवे है गंगा पथ, वहाँ पर लोग दर्शक जो हैं बड़ी संख्या में हैं वो देख रहे हैं और हम कोशिश करेंगे कुछ लोगों से बात करने के लिए। ये बताइए रोशन जी, ये घटना जो हुई है यहाँ पर क्या हुआ है? रात में घटना हुई है, आप लोग क्या यहाँ पर? नहीं, हम है? क्या बाद में बताएंगे। क्या बताइए ना अभी है? तो ये कितने बजे घटना हुई है? 2:30 बजे है?
आप यहाँ आए बताइए ना किस काम के लिए आए हैं, इतना ही बता दीजिए ना।
2:30 बजे एनकाउंटर हुआ, 3 बजे कर ही दिया एनकाउंटर, तो बताने में क्या दिक्कत है? ये 2:30 बजे एनकाउंटर हुआ क्या?
हमको जानकारी है।
आपके यहाँ पेट्रोलिंग के लिए है?
सर नो कमेंट्स।
पुलिस वाले नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं। बहरहाल ये पूरा इलाका जो है ईंट भट्टे का है। देखिए चारों तरफ ईंट भट्टा है, सुनसान इलाका है, बगल में गंगा नदी है। इधर कैमरामैन को बताऊंगा तो ये दियर इलाका है, सुनसान इलाका। रात में यहाँ पर छुपे हुए थे, जैसा कि पुलिस बता रही है। 2:30 बजे के करीब एक घटना हुई। आप इधर आइए अनुपम। और अब सबसे बड़ी बात है कि क्या राज खुलने वाला है, क्या अदावत थी उमेश यादव की जो उसने शूट किया, किसके कहने पर किया, या ये सुपारी किलिंग है। सब भेद 5 बजे शाम को डीजीपी विनय कुमार के द्वारा खोला जाएगा। वहाँ पर पटना के एसएसपी और तमाम पुलिस अधिकारी मौजूद रहेंगे और उसके बाद कानूनी कार्रवाई करके जो भी अपराधी गिरफ्त में है उनको जेल भेजा जाएगा, कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करके। तो एक तरीके से बिहार पुलिस ने राहत की सांस ली होगी। जो गिरती हुई शाख थी, बिहार पुलिस की इज्जत चली गई, क्योंकि रात में जैसे हत्या की गई, पूरे पुलिसिया व्यवस्था पर सवाल उठ रहा था, कानून व्यवस्था पर सवाल उठ रहा था। और तेजस्वी यादव ने भी लगातार प्रहार करना शुरू कर दिया था कि नीतीश कुमार अचेत अवस्था में है और उनसे कानून व्यवस्था संभल नहीं रहा है।
Well, that was our reporter Prakash, who was live from the encounter spot where the accused had been shot down. Remember, what we're talking about here is the Gopal Ka murder case. A top businessman from Bihar who had been shot dead under the broad daylight just few weeks back. Today, the accused had been killed in an encounter. In fact, Prakash is reporting live from the encounter spot. Let's listen in.
कहने पर किया, जेल से हुई ये वारदात। ये सब वारदात जो है, अगर कोई अपराधी जेल में है तो जेल में रेड हुई थी 2-3 दिन पहले, तो वो सब की परतें जो हैं शाम को 5 बजे खुलेंगी। पुलिस के सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं कि पुलिस ने इस पूरे केस को क्रैक कर लिया है और परतें जो है शाम को 5 बजे खोलेंगी पुलिस, जब डीजीपी विनय कुमार, जो बिहार पुलिस के डीजीपी हैं, वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे।
Well, Prakash, thank you very much for getting us those details. So the DGP press conference is awaited at 5 p.m. tonight, when they will be giving out the details on what was the modus operandi behind killing of Bihar's top businessman Gopal Ka. He was shot dead at point blank range and it happened under the broad daylight. Today, the accused has been killed in a retaliatory fire in an encounter, and many of them have also been detained. Moving on to other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the RCB that's in another huge controversy, where the cricketer, RCB's cricketer Yash Dayal has been booked in alleged case of sexual exploitation under the pretext of marriage. An FIR was registered against the cricketer in Ghaziabad. Now this comes days after a woman from Ghaziabad in Uttar Pradesh who claimed to have been in a 5-year relationship with the cricketer filed a complaint alleging emotional, mental and physical abuse. Now, the RCB cricketer Yash Dayal has been booked under Section 69 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which deals with sexual acts carried out through deceit or false promises of marriage. The offence is punishable by up to 10 years in prison along with a fine. Now, the FIR was lodged at the Indirapuram police station following a preliminary inquiry. Akhil, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Akhil, these are very serious allegations that have been levelled by this woman in Ghaziabad who claims to have been in a relationship with the RCB cricketer. The RCB cricketer, however, has not responded to the allegations yet. What are the other details that you're picking up in the story? All right, we seem to have dropped that call with Akhil, but we'll try getting him back on the line with us. These are huge allegations, remember, ladies and gentlemen, against an RCB cricketer. His name is Yash Dayal. He has been booked and FIR has been registered at the Indirapuram police station in Uttar Pradesh, and these are by allegations of alleged act of sexual exploitation, mental harassment and physical violence on the pretext of marriage. Akhil is back with us on the phone line. Akhil, I believe RCB has not issued a statement yet, and
neither has Yash Dayal, the RCB cricketer who is in the eye of the storm right now. But these are some very serious allegations that this woman in Ghaziabad who claimed to have been in a relationship has levelled on the RCB cricketer. What more details are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Tanisha. If you see in this case, we also tried to speak to Yash Dayal as well. But as of now, we have not got any official response from Yash Dayal's team. Apart from that, if you see, we haven't got any response from the RCB team as well. But certainly, the victim in this case, who has been dating Yash Dayal for the last 5 years, she came up to the forefront and she has spoken to the Republic TV. While speaking to me, she has confirmed this, that she was in relationship with Yash Dayal since 2020. And then what has happened that even if you see for the last 4 years they were in sexual relationship as well. This is what the victim is claiming right now. So we'll have to wait and what that in this incident, that what is the official confirmation from the police direction comes, because right now she will also be taken for the medical examination in connection with the case. Earlier, if you see, she has also confirmed this to us that she visited several places with Yash Dayal. Apart from that, she has also said that when she was in a relationship, she also visited not only several places, she also went for watching IPL matches as well. So these are the claims made by the victims, and we have also recovered some chats details that took place between Yash Dayal and his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. So at this point in time, the official version we'll have to wait and watch to get from Yash Dayal. But in this case, what we have seen that under section 69 of the BNS, Ghaziabad police team has already registered an FIR in connection with the case.
Right, absolutely, Akhil. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Time for us to move on to the other stories that we're tracking now. A verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and All India Majlis Ittihad-ul-Muslimin Chief Asauddin Owaisi after the Bharatiya Janata Party leader said that India is only the country where minorities are given so many facilities. Now, the AIMIM chief lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that minorities in this country are nothing but hostages. They are not citizens, but they are hostages, is what AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi had to say. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit out at the AIMIM chief for spreading hate. Listen in. All right, before we go to that statement of the BJP spokesperson, let's also go across to Vinod Bansal, the VHP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Vinod Bansal ji, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. The minority debate has been reignited yet again, and this is after OAC gave a statement saying that Muslims in India are not citizens but hostages.
Muslims in India? Sorry?
Sir, AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi has gone ahead to say that Muslims in India are hostages and not citizens. He said this while he was responding to an interview by the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju.
Actually, the thing is that the facilities and the emoluments being given to the minority, or what you call, say, the so-called the second largest community of the country in the name of minority had never been given by any of the country of the world. आप देखिए कि सभी माइनॉरिटी को कम से कम 4 तरह के आरक्षण मिले हुए हैं. एसटी का हो, ओबीसी का हो, ईडब्ल्यूएस का हो, और माइनॉरिटी में ना माइनॉरिटी संस्थानों में उनको 50% आरक्षण है. आप देखिए माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स के लिए अलग से मंत्रालय बना हुआ है, उसका अलग से 3,500 करोड़ के करीब बजट है. पिछले साल भी उसमें 5% की बढ़ोतरी हुई. नेशनल माइनॉरिटी कमीशन को इतने व्यापक अधिकार दिए गए जो किसी को नहीं है. मुसलमानों को सिविल सर्विसेज में जो पर्सनल कोड है वो इनके लिए अलग से बना हुआ है, हिंदुओं के लिए नहीं है. 4 शादी करने का इनको अधिकार है. लड़कियों की शादी की कोई उम्र नहीं है. आप देखिए कि जो सिविल जो सूट्स होते हैं, उन सूट्स में इनके ऊपर भारत के कई सारे कानून लागू नहीं होते. कमाल की बात है. माइनॉरिटी जो कम्युनिटी द्वारा चलाए जाने वाले जो एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, अदर इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनके लिए आर्टिकल 29-30 में स्पेशल प्रोविजन है जो मेजोरिटी कम्युनिटी के लिए भी नहीं है. आप सोचिए कि ऐसे और जो इनको जो फैसिलिटीज हैं वो भारत के SC, ST और ओबीसी और ईडब्ल्यूएस कैटेगरी के लोगों को लिए भी नहीं अवेलेबल है. आप देखिए कि इनके पसंद के टीचर स्टाफ, तो ऐसे अनेक तरह के जो स्पेशल प्रिविलेजेस मिले हुए हैं तो दुनिया के किसी कंट्री में नहीं. और मोर ओवर आई कैन से कि आउट ऑफ द टोटल 5-6 टाइप ऑफ माइनॉरिटीज, वो जो रियल माइनॉरिटी है देश की, उन्होंने तो आज तक कोई क्वेश्चन रेज नहीं किया, कोई डिमांड नहीं करी। लेकिन जो सेकंड लार्जेस्ट कम्युनिटी ऑफ द कंट्री है, वो हमेशा हर तरह के फैसिलिटीज को भी गेन कर रही है, सरकारी सुविधाओं का लाभ ले रही है, और ऊपर से सरकारों को और देश को गाली भी देती है। चाहे मुहर्रम का त्योहार हो या ताजिया निकल रहे हो, कुछ और हो, उन्होंने उत्पाद बचाना ही बचाना है। इतना कुछ फैसिलिटीज और इन सब को देख के वही लगता है कि भाई आप देखिए कि इनकी जो ग्रोथ रेट है, अगर आसपास के देशों की माइनॉरिटी की ग्रोथ रेट की बात करो।
Absolutely. Vinod Bansal ji, I'm really sure I have to cut you short on there because we are running short on time, but appreciate your views on the topic. We are also getting a reaction from the BJP spokesperson Shahzad Poonawalla. Let's also listen to that.
कि दरअसल ओवैसी साहब खुद हॉस्टेज है वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के, और इसीलिए भड़काना, बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये बीबीसी बन चुके हैं ओवैसी। और ओवैसी साहब ने सीए के समय पर भी बोला था कि मुसलमानों की नागरिकता छिन जाएगी, कितनों की नागरिकता छिनी। अब वक्फ का मामला आया है तो बोलते हैं मस्जिदें छिन जाएगी, कब्रिस्तान छिन जाएंगे। तो भड़काना और बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये ओवैसी साहब वोट बैंक के हॉस्टेज बनकर, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के हॉस्टेज बनकर इस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं। पर मैं ओवैसी साहब से पूछना चाहता हूं कि यदि आप सच में मानते हैं कि भारत के मुसलमान बंधी है, बंधक है, तो फिर सीए में आप वकालत क्यों कर रहे थे कि अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान के मुसलमानों को भी यहाँ पर आने दिया जाए? मतलब अगर भारत के मुसलमानों की इतनी दयनीय स्थिति है आपके हिसाब से, तो और मुसलमानों को बुलाने की पेशकश क्यों कर रहे थे आप सीए कानून में? ये दिखाता है कि इनको केवल और केवल भड़काना है, वोट बैंक की दुकान चलाना है, और इसीलिए इस प्रकार के बयान जो है वो लगातार करवाना है।
Permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York, Ambassador Harish, has spoken regarding the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan at the UN General Assembly meeting. Now, the meeting was held in Germany yesterday. He mentioned that the efforts that India has made to provide humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people are necessary. Here's more on the story.
The permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish, spoke at the UN General Assembly meeting, which was held in Germany yesterday. He spoke at the meeting on the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan. He stated that India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. We have been working closely with UN agencies to support the Afghan people in critical areas such as health, food security, education and sports. India's commitment to Afghanistan's reconstruction is demonstrated through more than 500 development partnerships across all provinces. Since August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 metric tons of wheat, over 330 metric tons of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of the pesticide malathion, and 58.6 metric tons of other essential items, supporting millions of Afghans in dire need of humanitarian assistance. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we have provided 84 metric tons of assistance and medicines and 32 metric tons of social support items for drug rehabilitation programs.
Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish also stated that India has provided scholarships to Afghani students.
India also continues to offer scholarships and fellowships to Afghan students. Since 2023, we have provided scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate courses to 2,000 Afghan students, including nearly 600 girls.
Breaking news coming in, all the MNS party workers who were gathering to take out a rally in Mira Road have been detained by the police. Now, this rally was regarding the Marathi language debate, which the MNS workers tried taking out at Mira Road. This was slated to be held at 10 a.m. However, just before they could stage a protest regarding the language debate that's raging in the state of Maharashtra, all of them have now been detained. These are the live visuals that we're getting from Mira Road in Mumbai, where just moments before The MNS workers were about to take out a protest rally regarding the Marathi versus non-Marathi debate. They have already been detained by the police. Satyaprakash is joining me live from Mumbai on that. Satyaprakash, MNS workers जो प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे मराठी लैंग्वेज राव के अगेंस्ट, अब उन सबको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, उनको डिटेन कर लिया गया है। कौन कौन है उसमें जो ऑलरेडी डिटेन हो चुके हैं?
देखिए, मीरा रोड में मनसे कार्यकर्ता आज प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे 10 बजे और इसी को लेकर मनसे कार्यकर्ता मीरा रोड में पहुंचे थे, लेकिन उसके पहले ही मीरा रोड पुलिस ने उनको हिरासत में लिया है। हिरासत में इसलिए लिया है क्योंकि जो मोर्चा निकलने वाला था उसका परमिशन नहीं मिला था, और परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया गया था क्योंकि अगर उस मोर्चा निकलता और उस इलाके से गुजरता, क्योंकि वहाँ पे व्यापारी और हिंदी भाषी लोग हैं, तो लाइन ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता था। इसीलिए मीरा रोड पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था और इसको लेकर जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे थे उनको हिरासत में ले लिया है। देर रात अविनाश यादव मनसे के नेता हैं और जिला प्रमुख हैं, उनको हिरासत में ले लिया है। कई ऐसे नेता हैं जो लोकल वहां मीरा रोड और भाईंदर के नेता हैं, उनको हिरासत में मीरा रोड पुलिस ले ली है। फिलहाल जो लोग वहां
तर मुंबईत त्यांच्याशी चर्चावरून रूट ठरला होता की कुठला रूट असणार आहे। त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की मोर्चा काढायला कोणालाही ना नाही आहे, पण एखाद्या मोर्चाने जर कायदा सुव्यवस्थेत काही गडबड होणार असेल किंवा अशा मार्गाने तो जाणार असेल की नेणं कठीण आहे, पोलिसांना कायदा सुव्यवस्था ठेवणं कठीण आहे किंवा ट्रॅफिक कंट्रोल करणं कठीण आहे। आता तो रेल्वे स्टेशन,
लेकिन कानून व्यवस्था को बनाए रखते हुए पुलिस प्रशासन,
रेल्वे स्टेशनची काय परिस्थिती असते, त्यामुळे पोलिसांनी सातत्याने त्यांना विनंती केली की तुम्ही हा रूट
रेलवे स्टेशन के आसपास मोर्चा निकालना क्या परिस्थिति है वहाँ पे,
मोर्चे को इजाजत नहीं दी गई। देखिए,
वहाँ पे परमिशन नहीं दिया जा सकता।
किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, वो भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है, लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहाँ पर स्टैम्पेड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडमंट थे कि हमको ये रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या मीरा रोड जो है, जो राजनीति की नई प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहाँ चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है, क्योंकि भारत पर जब आक्रमण हुआ तो मराठी आदमी ने केवल महाराष्ट्र का विचार नहीं किया, पूरे भारत का विचार किया। इसलिए मराठी आदमी कभी छोटा सोच नहीं सकता, कभी संकुचित सोच नहीं सकता, इसलिए कोई प्रयोग करने की कोशिश भी करे तो नहीं हो पाएगा। पहिली गोष्ट तर अशी आहे की निशिकांत दुबे यांचं जर तुम्ही पूर्ण ऐकलं तर ते संघटनेच्या संदर्भात बोलले आहेत। ते मराठी माणसाला त्यांनी सरसकट त्या ठिकाणी म्हटलेलं नाही। तथापि माझं मत असं आहे,
निशिकांत दुबे ने जो कहा है,
कारण त्याचे जे अर्थ निघतात,
मराठी आदमी
हे लोकांच्या मनात संभ्रम तयार करतात। मी पुन्हा एकदा सांगतो कि मराठी माणसाचं,
निशिकांत दुबे ने जो कहा है, मराठी माणूस के मन में अलग भ्रम पैदा हो रहा है,
प्रचंड मोठा है। आणि आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की ज्यावेळी
मराठी लोगों का योगदान महाराष्ट्र में प्रचंड योगदान है,
संस्कृती संपवण्याचा प्रयत्न केला होता, त्यावेळेस ती जिवंत ठेवण्याचं काम हे छत्रपती शिवरायांनी केलं, छत्रपती संभाजी महाराजांनी केलं आणि त्यानंतर मराठ्यांनी संपूर्ण भारतामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आपली संस्कृती जिवंत ठेवण्याकरता परकीय आक्रमकांच्या विरुद्ध लढाई केली। आपल्याला माहिती आहे की पानिपतची लढाई देखील मराठे जे लढले होते, अहमदच्या अफगाणींना स्पष्टपणे तहाचं पत्र दिलं होतं की मला जो पाकिस्तानमध्ये आता पंजाब आहे तो पंजाब पासून पेशावर पर्यंत हा मुलूक आम्हाला देऊन टाका, बलुचिस्तान आम्हाला देऊन टाका आणि उर्वरित भारत हा मराठ्यांचा असं आम्ही मान्य करू। पण मराठ्यांनी ते मान्य केलं नाही। मराठे तोही मुलूक अखंड भारत वाचवण्याकरता त्या ठिकाणी पानिपतच्या लढाईला गेले होते। त्यामुळे हा मराठ्यांचा इतिहास आहे आणि आजही देशाच्या GDP मध्ये सर्वात जास्त कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन देणारा आमचा महाराष्ट्र आहे. त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्र आणि मराठी माणसाचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन या देशाच्या इतिहासामध्ये आणि या देशाच्या वर्तमानामध्ये कोणीच नाकारू शकत नाही. आणि जर कोणी नाकारत असेल तर ते अत्यंत चुकीचं आहे.
पदाबाबत पुन्हा एकदा विरोधी पक्ष अध्यक्षांना पत्र लिहितंय आणि स्मरणपत्र म्हणून देते की विरोधी पक्ष नेत्याची नेमणूक करा. सरकार मात्र यासाठी आग्रही नाही असं त्यांचं म्हणणं आहे.
हा सरकारचा विषयच नाही. हा विषय अध्यक्षांचा आहे. ते अध्यक्षांना पत्र लिहितील. अध्यक्ष जे नियमात आहेत ते करतील. त्यामुळे यात सरकार येतं कुठे? सरकारचा काही संबंध नाही याच्याशी. हा मुद्दा माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय आणि ते जे काही विरोधी पक्ष त्यांच्यामध्ये आहे. चला माझा पहिला
That's a very, very strong worded statement that's coming in from the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister, I beg your pardon, Devendra Fadnavis, where he has said that strict action will be taken against those perpetrators who try to create chaos in the name of language debate in the state. A very strong statement from the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, where he has gone ahead to say, in regard with the MNS protest, that perpetrators will not be spared, and that he's spoken to the Commissioner of Police over the protests that were going to be held, and that democracy is supreme in the state of Maharashtra.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
India's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Tuesday with me, Oyana Mitra. The minority rights debate, ladies and gentlemen, is back in focus. And this time it's AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi and Union Minister Kiran Rijiju who have been locked in a war of words. Now we'll get you all the political reactions on that and a lot more. But first, the headlines at 11 a.m. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
But for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and United States trade deal, Trump says close to making deal with India. After BRICS summit in Rio, Prime Minister Modi arrives in Brasilia for state visit, where he held key bilateral meetings and emphasized on India's vision for global cooperation. Verbal tiff breaks out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi after Rijiju says that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Bihar businessman Gopal Ka's shooter killed in an encounter in Patna. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. Sources say Pakistan Navy is facing crisis after Operation Sindoor. Pak Navy fleet notably absent from the strategic waters of the Arabian Sea. All right, and we cut across straight to visuals coming in from Thane's Meera Road, where the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, that is the Raj Thackeray-led MNS, is staging a protest over the language row. And the visuals of that are now on your screens. In fact, just a short while ago, it was Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis who came and gave us a statement on the raging debate in his state. And currently in Meera Road, Thane, from where we are getting you these visuals, MNS workers, we are learning, have been detained. There's high drama on the streets of Thane. The MNS workers are staging a protest. They have clashed with the locals and the police over there. You can see there's heavy police barricading at the spot. And we're also learning that some of the MNS leaders have been detained. And there's a massive showdown that is happening on the streets of Thane between the MNS workers and the police. And this comes just days after a shopkeeper in Thane's Meera Road was assaulted over the language row. And it is now the MNS leaders who are staging a protest. In fact, we're getting in some reactions. Let's quickly listen in to that statement that came in earlier from Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis.
कि महाराष्ट्र में किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, कोई भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है, लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहां पर स्टैम्पेड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडमेंट थे कि हमको यही रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या? मीरा रोड जो है, जो राजनीति की नई प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहां चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है, क्योंकि भारत पर जब आक्रमण हुआ तो मराठी आदमी ने केवल महाराष्ट्र का विचार नहीं किया, पूरे भारत का विचार किया। इसलिए मराठी आदमी कभी छोटा सोच नहीं सकता, कभी संकुचित सोच नहीं सकता। इसलिए कोई प्रयोग करने की कोशिश भी करे तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
All right, my colleague Satya Prakash joins me live. Satya Prakash, we see some MNS workers को वहाँ पे डिटेन किया गया है थाने में, जहाँ पे वो प्रोटेस्ट करे। क्या चल रहा है अभी ऑन ग्राउंड? हमको थोड़ा डिटेल्स दीजिए। और क्या कहाँ पे जा रही है प्रोटेस्ट? क्योंकि MNS वर्कर्स कुछ दिन पहले उन्हीं के अगेंस्ट एलिगेशन थी कि उन्होंने एक लोकल शॉपकीपर को मारा है ओवर द लैंग्वेज। और अभी वही लोग जाके वहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। क्या चल रहा है, हमको थोड़ा डिटेल में बताइए।
देखिए, मीरा रोड स्टेशन पास से मनसे के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वहाँ इकट्ठा हो रहे थे। उसी समय मीरा रोड पुलिस पहुंची और सभी लोग को डिटेन किया, क्योंकि परमिशन नहीं दिया था। मीरा रोड पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था। परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया था क्योंकि पुलिस को डर है कि अगर मनसे मतलब राज ठाकरे के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता अगर वहाँ इकट्ठा होंगे और जो हिंदी भाषी इलाका है वहाँ पर अगर मोर्चा निकालते हैं, कहीं कहीं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है। इसलिए मीरा रोड पुलिस ने उनको परमिशन नहीं दिया था। और मीरा रोड पुलिस ने देर रात के ही कई ऐसे मनसे के नेता हैं, जैसे अविनाश यादव के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको डिटेन किया था, हिरासत में लिया था और उनको पुलिस स्टेशन ला के रखा था। फिलहाल जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता सुबह 10 बजे, क्योंकि मोर्चा निकलने वाला था, सुबह जो इकट्ठा हो रहे थे उनको हटाया गया है। वहाँ पे जो भीड़ इकट्ठा हो रही थी उनको हटाया गया और कुछ लोग को डिटेन किया गया है। फिलहाल जिस तरह से मीरा रोड पुलिस कहना है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे जो मराठी बनाम हिंदी का विवाद चल रहा है, जिस तरह से व्यापारी हिंदी भाषी जो राजस्थानी व्यापारी उसको मारा गया था, उसी इलाके में वो मोर्चा निकलने वाला था। क्योंकि जो व्यापारी संघ था और जो राजस्थानी लोग थे वो मोर्चा निकाले थे और उसी के विरोध में कहीं मनसे पार्टी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे। फिलहाल जो है स्थिति शांत है। जो मोर्चा निकालने के लिए आए थे उनको डिटेन करके पुलिस स्टेशन लेके जाया गया है। लेकिन जो मराठी लोग हैं, मनसे कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनका साफ तौर से कहना है कि जिस तरह से राजस्थान के लोग और जिस तरह व्यापारी लोग मोर्चा निकाले थे, तो हमें क्यों नहीं परमिशन दिया जा रहा है मोर्चा निकालने के लिए। वहीं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री ने साफ तौर से कहा है कि जिस जगह पे ये मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे वहाँ पे मीरा रोड पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था, क्योंकि वहाँ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, इसलिए परमिशन नहीं दिया गया। रेलवे स्टेशन के पास में था, कोई भी मोर्चा निकाल सकता है, लेकिन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन और पुलिस के परमिशन के बाद ही निकाल सकता है। फिलहाल वहाँ पे सिचुएशन शांत है। जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता उनको डिटेन किया गया है और जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता हैं कि हम कह रहे हैं कि हमें परमिशन देना चाहिए था, क्योंकि जब व्यापारी संघ निकाल सकता है, हिंदी भाषी निकाल सकते हैं, तो मराठी मानुस क्यों नहीं निकाल सकता। जी।
All right, Satya Prakash, thank you for giving us those details as we track those visuals from Thane very, very closely. But for the moment, viewers, we move on because we have more breaking news coming in. There's a complete shutdown that has been reported in the Panchkor area of Balochistan against atrocities on Baloch people by the Pakistani army forces. Now, people of Balochistan are observing a complete shutdown and protest for the last couple of days over the recent killing of 2 students. Now, the family and the locals allege that the 2 students were abducted by Counter-Terrorism Department wing of the police of Pakistan, and several protesters have also been detained by the police on the Panchkor area who came to the streets to protest against the atrocities. Those are the visuals on your screen from Balochistan's Panchkor area, where there's a complete shutdown right now, and then the locals are completely up in arms against the Pakistani army, viewers. Visuals from Meera Road in Thane. This is over the language row where MNS workers, as the Raj Thakre-led Maharashtra Navnirman Sena workers, who are staging a protest in Thane over the alleged imposition of Hindi, as they claim. And they have been very vocally advocating for the rights of the Marathi people and the Marathi language. And in the process of this protest, several workers have been detained since this morning when they took out a march to counter the protests against the Slapgate incident which took place in Meera Road a couple of days ago. And to bring you a bit more context, viewers, a few days ago, the MNS workers allegedly assaulted a food stall owner for not speaking Marathi, after which protests broke out against the MNS for their act of oppression against the food stall owner. And now this morning, the MNS workers in turn started staging a protest on that very same road, that is the Meera Road in Thane. And in the process of that, there was a heavy showdown between the police and the locals and the MNS workers. And as you can see on your screen, several of those party workers were paraded in police vans. They were detained and then they were taken away. And very dramatic visuals coming in from Thane, where the MNS workers hit the streets and the cops caught them and put them in police vans. The police are saying that they did not permit today's protests, and while being detained, several of these MNS workers even questioned why the traders were allowed to protest against the Slapgate incident, but their protests were being blocked. And meanwhile, we also had Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis given a statement just a short while back. He has said that he has spoken to the police commissioner over the MNS protest march, and he has also gone on to condemn the incident and said that the state of Maharashtra, the government of Maharashtra and the people of his state will not accept any unlawful activity, neither such protests by the MNS workers. And we have Shaina NC of the Shiv Sena joining me on the phone line. Shaina, thank you for speaking to Republic TV this morning. Your first response on this heavy showdown that is going on in Thane between the MNS workers and the local police.
Well, let me please say and reiterate what our Honorable Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said, that no lawlessness will be allowed in a state like Maharashtra. We pride ourselves in our Marathi Asmita, our Matra Bhasha, which is Marathi. But for all those MNS goons who have taken law into their hands, 7 have been accused amid the process from local traders. I think, a week down, we can completely deliberate politically on multiple issues. But for workers not speaking Marathi, the Kashmira police have filed a charge sheet and proposed preventive action against all the 7 accused. I think the public outrage in the city and the protest by the local traders is one part. We do want to encourage people to speak Marathi, learn the language, know the language, because this is the state that traders have benefited from. But to take law into your hands, the 48-year-old Babulal Chaudhary, the owner of Jodhpur Sweets at Meera Road, was beaten so mercilessly just for not speaking or conversing in Hindi. Now, as much as we want people to speak, we cannot be taking law into our hands. And the accused, I think that a couple of people, one is Karan Vijay, one is Pramod Nilekar, Akshay Salvi, Mol Patil, Sachin Kumar, and Sachin Vishnu, and Avinash, and Radhakrishna Shirsad. They were all booked under this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which are the sections 115, voluntary causing hurt, 191(2) for rioting, 351 for criminal intimidation, and 352 for intentional insult and provoking a breach of peace. So the Maharashtra government has done what it needs to do and will continue to champion the cause of the common citizen and the law-abiding citizen. You have had the senior inspector, who is Rajendra Kamble, on record saying that, they have promised action to the traders. But I think the court will decide here on what should be the process. As far as we are concerned, our leader Eknath Ji Shinde and the Shiv Sena is absolutely for the Marathi Manus and for people learning Marathi. But slapping, beating people is not the solution. It has to be a concerted effort, and that's what our party champions as a cause.
Right. Absolutely, Shaina, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV with your perspective over there. And viewers, that was the first Shiv Sena reaction on Republic TV over this showdown that is currently underway in Thane's Meera Road between the MNS workers who have now been detained, the locals and the police over there over the Marathi language row. In fact, just a short while ago, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, gave us a statement, and he said that in Maharashtra, everybody has the right to take out a protest march and anybody can do so after taking police permission. But those who take law and order into their hands will not be pardoned. And on that note, we also have my colleague Satya Prakash joining me live. Satya Prakash, what is happening on the ground? Several MNS workers, as we understand, has been detained right now. Where do you see this going? How do you assess the ground situation?
देखिए, मीरा रोड में जिस तरह से मनसे कार्यकर्ता मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे, प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे, मीरा रोड पुलिस ने उनको डिटेन कर लिया, हिरासत में लेके जा चुकी है। वहाँ पे सिचुएशन शांत है, लेकिन मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं का कहना है कि जब व्यापारी और हिंदी भाषी प्रोटेस्ट कर सकते हैं तो मराठी मानुस क्यों नहीं कर सकता है। मैं इस समय अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में हूँ और यहाँ पर राष्ट्रीय पहुंची हुई है, जो कि मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो रविवार के दिन जो मनसे नेता जावेद शेख का बेटा राहिल शेख ने जिस तरह से कार को टक्कर मारा था और जिस तरह से हंगामा हुआ था और जिस तरह से गाली गलौज किया था, राहिल शेख ने राष्ट्रीय मोरे और शिवसेना नेता संजय निरुपम अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन पहुंचे हुए हैं। अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन से इस मांग करेंगे कि जो कार्रवाई किया है वो कहीं न कहीं पुख्ता नहीं किया है, संतुष्ट नहीं है, इसीलिए यहाँ पे अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन पहुंचे हुए हैं। राष्ट्रीय मोरे जो कि रविवार के दिन घर से जा रही थी, उसी समय मनसे नेता जावेद शेख का बेटा जो राहिल शेख है और गाड़ी को टक्कर मारता है और काफ़ी बदतमीजी से बात करता है, गाली देता है। उसके बाद इसी अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में मामला दर्ज हुआ था और संजय निरुपम शिवसेना नेता और राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई हैं सीनियर से मिलने के लिए, पुलिस अधिकारियों से मिलने के लिए और मांग करेंगी कि जो आरोपी है, जो राहिल शेख है, उसके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाए। फिलहाल अंदर गए हुए हैं, लेकिन जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मुद्दा चल रहा है, जहां मीरा रोड में मनसे कार्यकर्ता प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे, वहीं राहिल शेख के मामले को लेकर कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई है और मांग कर रही है कि उनके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाए। जी,
राइट। Satya Prakash, we also understand that the accused Rahil Sheikh, who's the son of MNS leader Javed Sheikh, has in fact admitted that he was drunk and he was abusive towards the woman, and all of this is essentially a fallout, as we see, of the language row, because he had abused and harassed this woman, Rajshri More, over speaking in Marathi, and now we see this massive showdown that is happening. So there's a lot of escalation of this language row that we are seeing in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए, जो मामला था, जिस तरह से विवाद हुआ, इसके बाद का जो पुलिस ने उसको पूछताछ किया था, पूछताछ में कहीं कहीं राहिल शेख ने अंबोली पुलिस को बताया था कि जब ये विवाद हुआ उस समय कहीं कहीं ड्रंक किया था, शराब पिया था और नशे में गाली दिया है। तो राहिल ने कबूल किया है कि जो घटना हुई, जो राष्ट्रीय मोरे आरोप लगा रही हैं, कहीं न कहीं सच है। फिलहाल पुलिस स्टेशन में यहाँ पर संजय निरुपम, जो कि शिवसेना नेता हैं, और राष्ट्रीय मोरे अंदर गई हुई हैं और ये डिमांड करेंगे, क्योंकि उस दिन लाया गया था, मेडिकल कराया गया राहिल का और फिर इसके बाद छोड़ दिया गया, तो कहीं कहीं डिमांड है कि उस राहिल जो आरोपी है उसको तुरंत डिटेन किया जाए, उसको गिरफ्तार किया जाए। इसी मांग को लेकर राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई है अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में और मांग करेंगे कि राहिल जिस तरह से वहां पर गाड़ी को टक्कर मारा और जिस तरह से गाली गलौज किया, जिस तरह से बदतमीजी किया और जिस तरह से वह हंगामा किया, राहिल शेख को तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए। फिलहाल अंदर जो है संजय निरुपम के साथ राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई है और लगातार ये विवाद कहीं कहीं बढ़ता जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मुद्दा चल रहा है, महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में इसकी गूंज है, महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में चर्चा हो रही है और जो भी नेता है वो कहीं न कहीं जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषियों को पीटा गया उसका कहीं न कहीं ये विरोध जता रहे हैं, लेकिन कह रहे हैं कि मराठी की इज्जत किया जाना चाहिए, अब मराठी का अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए, हिंदी भाषी को मारा नहीं जाना चाहिए, हिंदी भाषा का अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन कहीं कहीं विवाद महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ता जा रहा है। फिलहाल मैं अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में हूँ और यहाँ पर राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुँची हुई है, अंदर गई हैं, पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर गई हैं, पुलिस के अधिकारियों से मिलने के लिए संजय निरुपम अंदर गए हुए हैं और उनके कार्यकर्ता गए हुए हैं और एक ही डिमांड है कि जो राहिल शेख जो आरोपी है, जिस तरह से राष्ट्रीय मोरे के ऊपर अटैक किया, कार से टक्कर मारा और जिस तरह से हंगामा किया, गाली गलौज किया और एक कहीं न कहीं दादागिरी करने की कोशिश किया कि हमारे जो पिता हैं वो कहीं न कहीं मनसे के बड़े नेता हैं और हमारा कुछ नहीं कर सकते। कहीं न कहीं इसके बाद यहाँ पे लाया गया था, मेडिकल कराया गया और उसको छोड़ दिया गया। फिलहाल
उन्हें सुबह ही हिरासत में ले लिया गया है। अब आगे की क्या कानूनन कार्रवाई उन पर होगी, कब तक उन्हें हिरासत में रखा जाएगा?
कानूनन कार्रवाई वो तो प्रिवेंटिव डिटेंशन है।
All right, that was a reaction that was coming in from the local police officer, and this is in the case where MNS leader, I beg your pardon, Javed Sheikh's son Rahil Sheikh was caught in a massive controversy just a day ago where he was seen abusing a woman, an influencer who goes by the name of Rajshri More, on the streets of Mumbai for speaking in Marathi. And he has been embroiled in a massive controversy, and those are the visuals on your screens. First, from day one, where MNS workers vandalize a sweet shop. Then you have an MNS worker's son who's seen harassing and abusing a woman. And now the streets from the latest shots from Thane, where the MNS workers who have been staging a protest since this morning have been detained and taken away by the police. Satya Prakash, my colleague, continues to be with me as we stay live on this story, viewers. Satya Prakash, tell us more about this traders protest that was supposed to be staged, because we understand that the MNS is essentially staging this protest in opposition to the traders protest, which was supposed to be carried out after the fallout of the MNS workers allegedly assaulting a shopkeeper over the language row.
देखिए, जिस तरह से राजस्थानी जो व्यापारी था मीरा रोड में, जिस तरह से मनसे के नेताओं ने मारा था, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं जो राजस्थान के लोग थे, जो व्यापारी थे, जो मारवाड़ी थे, पूरी तरह इकट्ठा हुए थे और पूरा मीरा रोड बंद किया था और पूरी तरह से वहाँ पे विरोध प्रदर्शन किया था, सड़क पर उतर गए थे। और ये मोर्चा इसलिए निकाला गया था जिस तरह से कैमरे के सामने मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने एक राजस्थानी व्यापारी को, जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी को पीटा था, उसके विरोध में पूरा व्यापारी संघ इकट्ठा हुआ था और मोर्चा निकाला था। आज मनसे कार्यकर्ता इसी खिलाफ मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे कि अगर राजस्थानी और हिंदी भाषी मोर्चा निकाल सकते तो मराठी और मनसे कार्यकर्ता क्यों नहीं निकाल सकता, इसी को लेकर। लेकिन पुलिस कहना है कि हमने परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया क्योंकि अगर जिस इलाके में मोर्चा निकालने वाले वहाँ काफ़ी भीड़ होता है, वहाँ स्टेशन बगल में है और साथ ही जिस रास्ते में गुजरने वाले थे वहाँ पे हिंदी भाषी लोग हैं, तो अगर वहाँ पे नारेबाजी होता है, कुछ भी हंगामा होता है तो उसका जिम्मेदार कौन होगा, इसी के लिए उनको परमिशन नहीं दिया गया। फिलहाल कहेंगे सुबह कुछ मनसे कार्यकर्ता इकट्ठा हुए थे और सभी को डिटेन कर लिया गया है और बीती रात मनसे के नेता अविनाश यादव के साथ साथ कई ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको डिटेन किया गया था। मनसे के नेताओं का कहना है कि यहाँ पर इनको हिंदी भाषी को मोर्चा निकालने दिया जा रहा है लेकिन मराठी आदमी को नहीं दिया जा रहा। लेकिन सरकार का साफ तौर से कहना है कि कोई भी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब किया रहेगा तो उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, उस पर कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाएगा। और जो परमिशन मनसे को नहीं दिया गया है, इसी वजह से नहीं दिया गया, कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है। जी
Right. In fact, Satya Prakash, even talk to us about the politics that is erupting over this entire matter. You have the MNS, which is of course alleging the imposition of Hindi by the state government, and then you have the opposition. All right, Satya Prakash, I'll come back to you, but we have Krishna Hegre of the Shiv Sena joining me on the phone line on the matter. So your first reaction on everything that is unfolding on the streets of Thane and on Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis's very strong stance, where he has said that protests are of course a democratic right of every citizen of this country, but one cannot simply take law and order into their hands.
No, definitely the CM has said the right thing. It is a democratic right for any group to protest, but you cannot take law and order into your own hands and damage public property and cause, trouble or problems to thousands of people who are commuting on the road. And therefore, several of these Manse workers have been detained. However, let me reiterate that Marathi is of utmost importance to us. Marathi is the language of the state. Marathi is the language where all the procedures of the state go, and I think everyone should learn Marathi, know Marathi, and speak Marathi. And, even those who do not know Marathi should not defy locals in a manner which hurts the sentiment of the local people. And therefore, I think that though MNS has a right to protest, they should have taken the proper police permission and then protested. Now that several of them have been detained, I'm sure that it's an appeal to both sections, whether it is the traders or the MNS, to cut down their protest and work in harmony towards the development of the state.
Right. All right, Krishna Hegde, thank you for speaking to Republic TV and for giving us your perspective on this matter. Satya Prakash, my colleague, continues to be with us as we stay with those live visuals coming in from Thane viewers. Satya Prakash, we were talking earlier about the political reactions, the statements that are coming in and the fallout of this entire controversy that has hit the state of Maharashtra. Talk to us about how the BJP is viewing this and essentially the Congress, more importantly the Congress, which is in opposition in the state, has absolutely maintained stark silence over how MNS workers have been on a rampage, how they've assaulted a shopkeeper over the language row, and more importantly about what unfolded yesterday, wherein an MNS leader's son was openly seen, drunk on power and harassing and abusing a woman.
आप लो जो वहां से ले देखिए, जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति बात किया जाए तो देखिए जिस तरह से मराठी बनाम हिंदी के मुद्दे को लेकर जिस तरह से शिवसेना और राज ठाकरे की पार्टी मनसे ने साफ तरह से कहीं न कहीं मराठी के मुद्दे पर मैदान में उतर गई है, वहीं कहीं न कहीं बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषियों को पीटा गया है उसके विरोध में खड़ी है। लेकिन कांग्रेस ऐसी पार्टी है जो कि कुछ भी नहीं बोल रही है, वो ना मराठी के साथ में है ना हिंदी के साथ में, कुछ भी बोल नहीं रही। उनके नेता ने साफ तौर से कहा ना किसी को मारना गलत है, लेकिन मराठी भाषा को लेकर भी कहीं न कहीं दोनों तरफ से चुप्पी कांग्रेस पार्टी साधी हुई है। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं जो फिलहाल ये विवाद लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में अलग अलग जगहों पर प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं और जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में हो रहा है, कहीं न कहीं सरकार भी साफ तौर से कह दिया है कि इस मुद्दे को लेकर जो राजनीति हो रही है वो राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए। अगर कोई कानून व्यवस्था हाथ में लेता है तो कहीं न कहीं उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
On the other side, we are going to continue to track those live visuals from Thane, where there's a massive showdown between MNS workers and the police. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you more.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MNS stages protest in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of non-Marathas in the area. MNS leaders detained by the police. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
Talking to everybody, we know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Donald Trump says close to making deal with India. Verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi over Rijiju's statement saying that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. But viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in after blocking the videos of Guru Patwant Singh Pannu, Goldi Brar and other anti-national elements. The NIA has taken a big action. Big preparations have been made to take action against those who make such anti-national content viral. In this regard, the National Investigating Agency is making a joint strategy with other intelligence agencies of the country. Social media platforms will also be informed about it. Under this policy, social media platforms will have to keep an eye on such anti-national and misleading content through their mechanism and stop them. NIA is now cracking down on anti-national content by working in tandem with multiple intelligence agencies and also social media platforms. And the message is loud and clear to not allow such anti-national content go on social media unchecked. The NIA will be keeping an eye on such anti-national and misleading content through their mechanism and stop them. That's their whole goal, to not give a free pass to the anti-national content posted by Khalistani extremists and other radicals. We have Akanksha joining us live. Akanksha, this is a big step that's coming in from the NIA. NIA is working with the social media teams and also several other intelligence agencies to crack down on such content making its way to the internet.
Well, absolutely, Deepak, what we're learning is that National Investigation Agency, along with other agencies, in fact, will be keeping a sharp eye on the anti-national content on social media. In fact, the other thing is that, as per the sources, these social media platforms will have to inform the government about the content against which the action will be taken during the interval of that time. And this has come after several videos of Goldi Brar and other such anti-national elements were blocked from social media. But there will be now a proper crackdown on such anti-national element. National Investigation Agency along with other agencies will be leading this. They will be keeping a sharp eye on all these elements on social media. In fact, social media platforms will have to inform the government regarding such elements as well.
Right, Akanksha, thank you for joining me with those details. Now let's shift our focus to more breaking news that's coming in. Complete shutdown in Panjgur area of Balochistan against atrocities on Baloch people by Pakistani forces. The people of Balochistan are observing a shutdown, and they are protesting for the last couple of days over the recent killings of 2 students. Family and locals allege that the 2 students were abducted by counter-terrorism department wing of the police. Several protesters have also been detained by police on the Panjgur area who came to streets against the authorities. Now, what we understand is that the Balochistan people are staging a protest against the atrocities being meted out by Pakistani forces. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, tell us about this complete shutdown in the Panjgur area. What exactly led to this, and what are the reactions that are coming in from the locals?
Deepak, the death of Zishan and Pazir in the Panjgur area of Balochistan has sparked widespread protest in the region. The reason being that the locals are saying that they were abducted by the counter-terrorism department, which is a wing of the police in Balochistan, and they have been known for their wrongdoings, the forced abduction of the women and the children and the students who have raised their voice against the atrocities being done to the people of Balochistan. What we are picking up that in last 1 week there have been widespread shutdowns and protests that have taken place in the Panjgur, and many of the activists that rose the voice against the atrocities of the counter-terror department of Pakistan, they have also been detained by the local police. What all happened that it was Zahir, who was a university student, and Zishan Zahir, who was a university student. He was abducted by the counter-terror department, and also same was the case with Pazir Ahmed, who happens to be a 14-year school cemetery student who was abducted by the counter-terror department, and then their bodies were found lifeless, after which the locals came onto the streets. They said that it is the atrocities that are being committed, and it is the state, that is the Pakistani administration and the Baluch government, that is behind this. They have been protesting for long because forced disappearances in the Baluchistan have been one of the key issues, apart from the Pakistani federal government using their resources, the resources of Baluchistan, for their own benefit and treating the people of Baluchistan as the fourth-class citizen. But now the people are up in arms, and there have been widespread protest and the shutdown call that have been given by the multiple civil society groups. They all have come together, and now they are saying that till the time the justice is not given, the justice is not in.
We have some pictures coming in from across Uttar Pradesh, where you can see bulldozers are now cracking down on illegal structures. Bulldozer action is currently underway, and this after an illegal conversion racket was busted, and now the bulldozers roll on the premises where this conversion was going on. Now let me give you a background, because this is the case of illegal conversion in Uttar Pradesh, and this time the center is Changur Baba alias Jalaluddin, who calls himself a saint whose truth has created a stir in the entire state as soon as it came to light, because he was operating under the name of Changur Baba, but his real name is Jalaluddin. And shortly after the ATS arrested Jalaluddin on charges of running an illegal conversion racket, the things that came to light during the initial investigation were shocking, as they are now becoming even more serious in the investigation of financial transactions. Now, the detailed report of the ATS has revealed that Jalaluddin was not the face of an organization running under the guise of a small thug or a religious leader, but he turned out to be the owner of assets and transactions worth more than 100 crore rupees. So now, bulldozers run on Changur Baba's house, that is Jalaluddin's house. 50 lakh rupees have been given in the account of Changur's advisor, अब्दुल माबूद रज़ी।
मेरी पुलिस प्रशासन से बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि जांच जारी है, हर पहलुओं पे जांच जारी है। धीरे धीरे राजस्व की टीम हर बिंदुओं पर जांच करेगी, और जब राजस्व को ये ज़मीनें जब गलत पाई जाएंगी, आवास अंदर वाला भी अगर गलत पाया जाएगा, तो वो पुलिस को इतला करेंगे और उसको गिराने के लिए वो रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, तो पुलिस यहाँ पर खुद अपने सुरक्षा के बीच में बुलडोजर से वो कार्रवाई कराएगी। लेकिन जो जैसा कि मैंने आपको दिखाया कि देखिए सीलिंग फैन लगा हुआ है अंदर। अब मैंने कहा ना कि पहले और भी मैंने कई जगह पे बुलडोजर चलते देखा है, लोगों ने जी, मैंने यह भी देखा है कि कहीं और भी जब बुलडोजर चलता था तो लोग अपने सामान को निकालते थे, सामान को वहाँ से उठाते थे, चाहे घर में जो वो चाहे बिस्तर हो, पंखे हो, बर्तन हो, तमाम चीज़ों को हटाया जाता था। लेकिन यहाँ पे मौका नहीं मिला है, यहाँ पर सोचिए फैन तक निकालने का मौका नहीं मिला है। और मौका क्या नहीं मिला, कोई निकालने वाला ही नहीं है, कोई निकालने के लिए आया ही नहीं, क्योंकि छांगुर बाबा का जो अवैध साम्राज्य है उसमें कौन अपनी दावेदारी पेश करे। जो दावेदारी करेगा उसको हिसाब देना पड़ेगा और जेल जाएगा, तो इस डर से कोई आया नहीं। और आप देखिए पंखे लगे हुए हैं और इस पर क्या कहते हैं कि बुलडोजर चल रहा है। साथ ही यहाँ पर पूरा जो कैंपस है, कहें तो मैं आपको बाहर से कुछ दिखाने की कोशिश करूँ। आइए दीपक आगे चलते हैं, कुछ आगे फ्रंट पे दिखाता हूँ कि इस कैंपस के अलावा भी और क्या कुछ है और किस तरह से इसको बनाया गया जहां बुलडोजर चल रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं कि ये कितना आलीशान है। देखिए बड़ी सी यहाँ पे पानी की एक टंकी भी नीचे ही रखी है। देखिए पंखे किस तरह से लगे हैं। आइए कुछ मैं बहुत ही आपको ऐसे शॉट्स दिखाता हूँ जो वाकई में जाना चाहिए, दिखना चाहिए। अब ये देखिए यहाँ पर जो पंखे हैं वो लगातार कई पंखे हैं, आप गिनती करिए, फोकस करिए कितने पंखे हैं यहाँ पर। देख सकते हैं कम से कम 100 से 150 सीलिंग फैन लगातार लगे हुए हैं। आप देखिए लग्जरी सुविधाओं की अगर बात करिए तो आप देख सकते हैं कि एक रो में कितने फैन हैं। देखा जाए तो 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, एक रो में तो हमको 11 फैन दिख रहे हैं और 11 22 23, यानी कि सोचिए कि यहाँ पर एक फ्लोर में सैकड़ों पंखे लगाए गए हैं। अगर हर रूम में देखा जाए, हाँ, इतनी बिजली का बिल कौन देता था, ये बिजली का बिल कहाँ से आता था, कभी दिया। देखिए क्रॉस के निशान भी आपको दिखाऊंगा। जिस घर पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है मैं कहूँगा तो जूम करके दिखाएं वहाँ किस तरह से क्रॉस के निशान लगाए गए हैं। ये क्रॉस के वही निशान होते हैं जिसको राजस्व टीम लगाती है कि ये अवैध है, ये गलत है, अब इसको तोड़ा जाए। क्योंकि इसके पहले मैंने बहुत सारे कार्रवाई में ये चीज़ें मैंने दिखाई हैं। ये मैंने दिखाया है कि क्रॉस निशान का मतलब क्या होता है। जब लाल क्रॉस किसी भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे हो जाता है, किसी भी घर या दुकान मकान चीज़ों पे हो जाता है, तो वहाँ बुलडोजर चलता ही चलता है। क्योंकि सारे प्रोसेस को पूरा कर लिया जाता है और उसके बाद इस तरह की कार्रवाई होती है। अब देखिए यहाँ पर गेट पर कितनी भारी संख्या में पुलिस लगे। देखिए मीटर काटा जा रहा है। आप देखिए यहाँ पे देखिए कि ये जो अब बिजली है, बिजली का साथ कनेक्शन भी यहाँ से काटा जा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं ये तो बड़ी सी दीवार है, दीवार के ऊपर जेल जैसा तार लगाया हुआ है। आप देख सकते हैं कि कोई एक सामान्य घरों में ये सब चीज़ें नहीं होती हैं। आप देखिए यहाँ पर भाई साहब क्या कर रहे हैं, बिजली काट रहे हैं, क्या तोड़ रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं?
डाटा लिया जा रहा है, इसका डाटा लिया जा रहा है। डाटा बिजली कट चुकी है पूरी। बिजली यहाँ की सारी सप्लाई कटवा दी जा चुकी है।
पहले कटवा रहे हैं, अब आप डाटा नोट कर रहे हैं। भाई साहब यहाँ पंखे हैं, सैकड़ों से जब पंखे लगे, बिल कितना आता होगा, कुछ जानकारी है?
ये अभी हम लोग को जानकारी, उच्च अधिकारियों को जानकारी होगी।
देखिए यहाँ पर इलेक्ट्रिक मैन जो हैं वो आ चुके हैं, वो अपना काम पूरा कर रहे हैं। आइए मैं कुछ और सोचिए, एक बड़ी चीज़ देखिए कि घर के अंदर आप देखिए ये इतना बड़ा जनरेटर का सेट आप देख सकते हैं। ये जनरेटर का सेट कैंपस के अंदर लगाया गया है कि यानी अगर बिजली नहीं है तो कैसे काम होगा। आप देख सकते हैं ये जनरेटर सिर्फ कमर्शियल एक्टिविटीज़ में लगाया जाता है। कोई व्यक्ति अपने घरों में इतना बड़ा जनरेटर सेट नहीं लगाता है। हाँ, इन्वर्टर ज़रूर लगा लेता है, लेकिन आप देखिए इतना बड़ा जनरेटर का ये सेट लगाया गया है यहाँ पे। आप देखिए कि किस तरह से ये तैयार किया गया है। ये पूरा का पूरा गांव इससे बिजली ले सकता है, इतना बड़ा ये है। आप देखिए ये सब एक्सक्लूसिव ग्राउंड जीरो की ये जो तस्वीरें हैं, ये जो वीडियोस हैं, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। ये गवाही देते हैं कि किस तरह से छांगुर बाबा का साम्राज्य था। और आइए मैं आपको कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूँ। आपने देखा कि घर के अंदर में क्या शान शौकत थी और यहाँ के घर के चारों तरफ बाहर की क्या स्थिति है। मैं आपको सब दिखाना चाहता हूँ, एक एक करके दिखाना चाहता हूँ। आप दूर से देखिए, यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि गांव के अगल बगल के लोग भी यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं। क्योंकि जिस तरह से बुलडोजर चल रहा है, सबके मन में उत्सुकता है। तो गांव भर के जो अगल बगल के लोग हैं, देखो खेतों में खड़े होके ये छांगुर बाबा का जो ये बड़ा ये जो ध्वस्त, जो पूरा किला जो ध्वस्त हो रहा है, उसको लोग अपनी आंखों से देख रहे हैं। सीधा लाइव तस्वीरें, लोग उत्सुकता है इनके अंदर, जो लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, दूर दूर से लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और इसको यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं। छांगुर बाबा ने देखिए अपने घर तक, ये घर के नज़दीक तक आरसीसी सड़क बनी है। ये जो सीमेंटेड सड़क है, आरसीसी सड़क देखिए आप, मैं आपको ले चलता हूँ। ये आरसीसी की जो सड़क है, ये देखिए किस तरह से इसको देखो बनाया गया है। आप देख रहे हैं ना, घर से सटा हुआ पूरा आरसीसी सड़क है। ये अंदर से लाया गया है, मार्केट से, उतरौला मार्केट से ये आरसीसी सड़क छांगुर बाबा के ये पूरे किले तक जाता है। अंदर जहाँ पर मस्जिद है, जहाँ पर मदरसे हैं। बाहर से देखिए कितना बड़ा लग रहा है। चारों तरफ पुलिस है। देखिए उस कोने पर भी पुलिस है। आप देखिए उस कोने पर भी पुलिस है। मैं आपको दूसरे तरफ भी ले जाना चाहता हूँ, दिखाता हूँ कि आपको कैसे ये बीचों बीच इसने अपने किले को मजबूत किया है। कैसे इसने खेतों के बीचों बीच खेत ले करके, खरीद करके, हिंदुओं का खेत ले करके इसने अपना साम्राज्य बनाया है। ये आप देखिए, यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कितनी ऊंची बाउंड्री है और बाउंड्री के ऊपर भी ये खतरनाक कटीले तार, यानी कोई चाहकर भी अंदर नहीं प्रवेश कर सकता है। आप देख सकते हैं ये 3 महले का ये मकान, पीछे से देखिए किस तरह से खेतों के बीचों बीच और चारों तरफ से ये जो आरसीसी की जो सड़क है ये भी बनाई गई है। और उधर जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि मदरसा है, 2 मस्जिदें हैं। वहाँ पर जो अरबी भाषा है उसको बच्चों को बताता था। उसमें ना उर्दू थी ना हिंदी थी। चूँकि इसके पहले भी मैं जाके वहाँ रिपोर्ट कर चुका हूँ, मैंने बच्चों से बात भी किया था, तो बोले कि अरबी यहाँ सिखाई जाती है। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि उस बाग में भी पुलिस चारों तरफ से, यानी कि चारों तरफ यहाँ चप्पे चप्पे पर पुलिस तैनात है यहाँ पर। और इस पूरे मकान के चारों तरफ बिजली का कनेक्शन देखिए, बड़े बड़े केबलों को, इतनी मोटी मोटी केबलें हैं, देखिए कनेक्शन को काट दिया गया है। बिजली के कनेक्शन को पहले से ही काट दिया गया है। आप देखिए किस तरह से बिजली के कनेक्शन को यहाँ से काट दिया गया है। कितने खंभे लगे हैं इसके घर में। आप देखिए इलेक्ट्रिक के पोल देखिए, ये देखिए इलेक्ट्रिक का पोल, एक खंभा यहाँ पर, दूसरा खंभा उसके घर के अंदर। अब सोच रही कि बिजली विभाग का खंभा, सरकारी जो खंभा होता है जो बिजली विभाग का, वो उसके घर के अंदर लगा है। आप देख सकते हैं कि उसके घर के प्रांगण में कोई अपने घर के अंदर खंभा लगवा सकता है क्या? सरकारी सड़क पे होता है, बाहर होता है, लेकिन उसका रसूख था उसने।
Well, moving on, viewers, let's tell you about Donald Trump's tariff rampage, because US President Donald Trump said he was slapping 25% tariffs on Japan and South Korea in his first letters to trading partners ahead of the deadline to reach a deal with Washington. Donald Trump has said at the weekend that starting from Monday, he would send a first batch of up to 15 letters to countries informing them that he would reimpose harsh levies that he had postponed in April in near identically worded letters to the Japanese as well as the South Korean leaders. Trump said the tariffs would apply from August 1st because their trading relationships with Washington were unfortunately far from reciprocal. Listen in.
More or less final offer. Look, we're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years. But we had no other president that was willing to do this. I did it my first term with China and others. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. No inflation, the most successful period of time that we've ever had financially in the country. The first term. I think this term is going to be much better, even much better than that. That was the best ever, and this is going to be, I think, substantially better. And we're on the way to doing that. We've already taken in over $100 billion worth of tariffs, and we haven't even started. And all I say to the other countries is, you know, some of them wanted to make a deal and want to be fair. Others perhaps got a little bit spoiled. They were a little bit spoiled because for 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were taking advantage of the country. So we're going to, I would say final, but if they call with a different offer and if I like it, we'll do it. I would say firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now. Yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plans?
Well, that's not all, viewers. US has also threatened of 10% tariffs on nations supporting BRICS summit and anti-America policies. White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt says that BRICS is undermining the United States' interests. Listen in.
I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today, and there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet, and that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The President will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself.
Viewers, BRICS nations have also responded. First, coming in from Brazilian president, he has also spoken on the tariffs and said that they don't treat US as an emperor, and they said that we need a sovereign policy. Listen in.
Presidente da República de país do tamanho dos Estados Unidos ficar ameaçando o mundo através da internet. Não é correto. Sabe? Ele precisa saber que o mundo mudou. Sabe? Não queremos imperador. Nós somos países soberanos. Se ele achar que ele pode taxar, os países têm o direito de taxar também.
Moving on, viewers, permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvataneni Harish, has spoken regarding the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan at the UNGA meeting. And this was held in Germany yesterday. He mentioned that India is putting in a lot of efforts and has also made arrangements to provide humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. Here's a quick report on that.
The permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish, spoke at the UN General Assembly meeting, which was held in Germany yesterday. He spoke at the meeting on the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan. He stated that India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. We have been working closely with UN agencies to support the Afghan people in critical areas such as health, food security, education and sports. India's commitment to Afghanistan's reconstruction is demonstrated through more than 500 development partnerships across all provinces. Since August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 metric tons of wheat, over 330 metric tons of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of the pesticide malathion, and 58.6 metric tons of other essential items, supporting millions of Afghans in dire need of humanitarian assistance. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we have provided 84 metric tons of assistance and medicines and 32 metric tons of social support items for drug rehabilitation programs.
Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish also stated that India has provided scholarships to Afghani students.
India also continues to offer scholarships and fellowships to Afghan students. Since 2023, we have provided scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate courses to 2,000 Afghan students, including nearly 600 girls.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the FIR that has been registered against RCB speedster Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment and cheating. Along with that, we'll also tell you about credible intel that is telling us that Pakistan Navy is facing crisis after Operation Sindoor. The naval fleet notably absent from strategic waters of Arabian Sea. Stay tuned for more.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A jeweler was killed and another person was injured in an attempted armed robbery at a jewellery showroom in Surat of Gujarat. One of the accused was nabbed by the locals. 3 others managed to escape. The younger brother of the shop owner was shot twice in the chest and was later declared dead at the hospital. Efforts are underway to catch the rest of the accused. Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam stated that a part of the Pakistani ship, a buoy, was missing and it drifted into the Indian waters due to sea currents. He said that No one has entered Indian borders. He also stated that Indian Coast Guard security is quite competent and they are definitely alert. An inquiry is underway. Gujarat DGP Vikas Sahai has stated that externment or Tariff orders were issued against 1,025 antisocial elements from March 15 to May 31st this year. The police has also invoked the Gujarat Prevention of Antisocial Activities Act against over 800 people. In the last 15 days, 17 offenders have been detained under PIT NDPS, that is Prevention of Illicit Trafficking in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. Donald Trump has announced tariffs on 14 countries. Hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa with 30%, and Myanmar faces 40% tariffs. Along with that, India and US trade deal. Donald Trump says India and US are close to making a trade deal. We'll get you all the details after a short break. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Welcome back, viewers. Russia's ex-minister has been found dead after being fired from his position, and the investigators suspect that this is a case of suicide. Here's a quick report.
Russia's former transport minister was found dead, hours after being dismissed by President Vladimir Putin, in what officials said was an apparent suicide. Roman Starovoyt, years of age, served as Russia's transport minister since May 2024, was fired in a presidential decree earlier in the day that gave no reason for his dismissal. Hours later, Russia's investigative committee, the top state criminal investigation agency, said the body of Starovoyt was found in his car with a gunshot wound. A criminal probe has been launched into the former minister's death, and investigators see suicide as the most likely cause. Russian media have claimed that Starovoyt's dismissal could have been linked to an investigation into the embezzlement of state funds allocated for building fortifications in Kursk region, where he served as governor before being appointed as cabinet member. The alleged embezzlement has been named as one of the reasons behind defiances in Russia's defensive lines that failed to stem a Ukrainian incursion into the Kursk region that was launched in August 2024.
For a quick break, viewers, on the other side, we'll tell you about the FIR that has been registered against Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. Along with that, we'll also tell you about Pakistan's Navy now vanishing from the strategic waters of Arabian Sea after Operation Sindoor. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, we'll tell you how Donald Trump has imposed a tariff on 14 countries. Deal with India will be coming soon. We'll tell you about these details. The headlines first. MNS stages protest in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of non-Marathis in the area. MNS leaders detained by the police. Donald Trump has announced tariff on 14 countries: Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25% tariff, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
Spoken to everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Donald Trump says that the both countries are close to making a deal on this. A verbal tiff has broken out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Owaisi after Rijiju said India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Bihar businessman Gopal Ka's shooter has been killed in the encounter in Patna. FIR has been registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment and cheating. Starting the show with the breaking news that is coming in from the national capital. The Parliamentary Affairs Committee of the Lok Sabha has begun a short while ago with the recent Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad likely to feature prominently in the discussion. What we're learning is that officials from the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, that is DGCA, along with the representatives from the key aviation bodies, including the Airport Economic Regulatory Authority of India, that is AERA, Airports Authority of India, Civil Aviation, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, BCAS, airport operators and airlines will also be present in this very crucial meeting that has started. Air India CEO is also in attendance. And while the primary agenda includes regulation of the fees, tariffs and other user charges in the aviation sector, the committee is also expected to hear oral evidence regarding the crash that took place last month. So this parliamentary committee has, in fact, the meeting has begun, and what we're learning is that Ahmedabad plane crash will also be discussed. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us with more details. Harsha, tell us about what the parliamentary panel is going to discuss today, a very crucial meeting that you have reported that has started shortly.
Yes, Akanksha, you rightly pointed out this is a parliamentary committee meeting of the public accounts. KC Venugopal is the chairman. And today for deposition, the Airports Authority of India, Civil Aviation Ministry officials, and also the officials from DGCA, AAI and the Cargo and AERA have been called. And one very interesting summon which has been done by the committee is of the Air India chairperson, CEO Campbell Wilson, and along with them the Air India other officials are also present. And in this entire meeting, all will be discussed about passenger safety, airport infrastructure, and also how airlines are taking care of the passenger safety after what has happened in the AI-171 crash. The entire overall evidence of Campbell Wilson, the CEO of Air India, will be taken. The questions will be raised by all the MPs from all the parties from the ruling and from the opposition as well. And also Secretary Aviation will be giving a whole deposition regarding what till now has been done after the AI 171 crash. Till now, what has been done regarding the regulatory body and regarding the passenger security and infrastructure enhancement at the airport. The detailed report will be presented in front of the committee, because keeping in light what happened after the crash, Akanksha, it's very important that the passenger safety should be ensured. Technical slacks were found in several airlines and aircraft of Air India as well. What Air India is doing right now to ensure that nothing of that sort happens again, that is to be kept in mind. And therefore, the meeting is going to take place for almost 4 to 5 hours. We are expecting that Campbell Wilson will be responding to each and every question of the Member of Parliament in this entire committee meeting. Today is the Public Accounts Committee, and after that, tomorrow again, Air India officials have to be present in front of the Transport Committee meeting as well. Back to you.
Absolutely. Keep tracking those details. Harsha, we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Punjab, in a major breakthrough, Punjab Police Counter-Intelligence Unit in Jalandhar has foiled a target-killing plot orchestrated by Lawrence Bishnoi gang and arrested key operative Himanshu Sood from Fagwara, Kapurthala. And the investigation has revealed that Sood was acting on the instruction of Namit Sharma, a close aide of Bishnoi based in Dubai. Sood, along with his associates, had recently opened fire at a hotelier in Haridwar in Uttarakhand, is what we are learning, and he was assigned to eliminate 2 more targets in Madhya Pradesh and Haryana as well. Now, in a crackdown today, the police has recovered 2 pistols, a 30-bore PX3 with 4 live cartridges, and a 0.32 pistol with 3 live cartridges as well from his possession. So this is in fact a big crackdown by the Punjab police right there, that you can see on the screen, that the operation that was conducted by the Punjab police. Let me go across to my colleague Lalit, who joins us with more on this. Lalit, tell us about, because what we're learning is that this is a major breakthrough by the Punjab police counter-intelligence team. Give us more details about this crackdown.
It's a major breakthrough which the counter-intelligence of Jalandhar police have got. The primary accused, Himanshu Sood, has been arrested from the Fagwara, Kapurthala. He was the key aide member of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and he was acting on the directions of Namit Sharma, who is right now based in Dubai, UAE, and he is a very close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi. So some months ago, he fired to a hotelier in Haridwar with his other gang members, and he was also given target killings, one in Madhya Pradesh and one in Kapurthala. So before that target killing could be achieved, before that only the counter-intelligence Jalandhar police have foiled this, and he has been arrested. Apart from that, if we talk about, the Jalandhar police have also recovered 2 pistols and 7 live cartridges from him. So right now the police is undergoing the investigation. The case has been registered in Amritsar under the Special Intelligence Act. So right now police is further investigating this whole case.
Absolutely. A targeted killing plot has been busted. Thank you for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this.
महिला सब आज निंदा कर रही हैं मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे और कांग्रेस पार्टी की। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, ध्यान दीजिएगा, आदरणीय नहीं, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी को हमने प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाया। रामनाथ कोविंद जी नहीं, कहते हैं कोविड। रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं। हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हां, वही बनाए, काहे के लिए बनाए? हमारे लिए बनाए, हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए। मैं कुछ बड़े प्रश्न यहां से उठाना चाहता हूं। पहला प्रश्न राहुल गांधी जी के लिए है। मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा राउल, मैं नहीं कहूंगा। हमारे समाज की प्रथम जो मूल मंत्र है वो ये है कि आप अपने विरोधी को सम्मान देंगे। और हम तो यहां पे भारत के उच्च संवैधानिक पद की बात कर रहे हैं, राष्ट्रपति जी की बात कर रहे हैं। आप मुर्मा जी बुलाते हैं, आप उनके प्रथम नाम से उन्हें संबोधित करते हैं, कोई आदरणीय नहीं, माननीय नहीं, और उसके बाद उनको भूमाफिया बता देते हैं। कहते हैं हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए राष्ट्रपति जी बनी है, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए राष्ट्रपति जी बनी है। मैं सबसे पहले पूछना चाहूंगा, राहुल गांधी के इशारे पर मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी जो इस तरह के आदिवासी समाज विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, दलित विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, महिला विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, संविधान विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, इस पे पूरा देश आज थू-थू कर रहा है। हम पूछना चाहते हैं, राहुल गांधी जी, राजनीति में आप ऐसा विष क्यों घोल रहे हैं? क्या इससे संविधान तार-तार नहीं हो रहा है? दूसरी बात, आप राष्ट्रपति जी के लिए कहते हैं कि उनकी सहभागिता दलितों की, आदिवासी समाज के जो लोग हैं उनकी जमीन हड़पने के लिए है। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, इस तरह के आरोप अगर आप उच्च संवैधानिक पदों पे बैठे हुए व्यक्तियों के खिलाफ लगाते हैं, बिना तथ्यों के, बिना प्रमाण के, यह किस तरह का जहर उगला जा रहा है? ऐसे आप भारत को मजबूत करेंगे? क्या राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष की भूमिका ऐसे निभाएंगे? और हां, अगर भूमाफियाओं की आप बात करते हैं, पूरा भारत जानता है अगर कोई परिवार भूमाफिया है तो वो नकली गांधी परिवार, जिस परिवार में रॉबर्ट वाड्रा आते हैं जो किसानों की जमीन भी हड़प लेते हैं। मैं इसके साथ आपको कुछ पुराने वक्तव्य जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने दिए हैं, माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के खिलाफ और पूर्व राष्ट्रपति रामनाथ कोविंद जी के खिलाफ, वो आपके समक्ष रख रहा हूं, जो दिखाएगा इनकी जहरीली मानसिकता। उदित राज कहते हैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी जैसा राष्ट्रपति किसी देश को ना मिले, चमचागिरी की भी हद है। कहती है 70% लोग गुजरात का नमक खाते हैं, खुद नमक खाकर जिंदगी जिए तो पता चले। उदित राज। इसके बाद अधीर रंजन चौधरी, आप याद करिए, राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए चुनाव चल रहे थे और अधीर रंजन चौधरी की टिप्पणी थी, हिंदुस्तान की राष्ट्रपत्नी जी सबके लिए हैं, हमारे लिए क्यों नहीं? आप सोचिए किस तरह की टिप्पणी, अभद्र टिप्पणी की जा रही है एक महिला के लिए, एक आदिवासी महिला के लिए। हिंदुस्तान की राष्ट्रपत्नी जी सबके लिए है, हमारे लिए क्यों नहीं? और मैं आपको याद दिलाता हूं, सजग पत्रकार वहां खड़े थे, उन्होंने कहा अधीर जी राष्ट्रपत्नी आप कह रहे हैं, राष्ट्रपति कहना चाहिए। कोई आत्मग्लानि उन्हें नहीं हुई। क्यों? क्योंकि बिना रीढ़ की यह हड्डी अगर सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी के सामने झुकती है तो ठीक है, लेकिन अगर कोई मेहनत करके, कर्मठता से, ईमानदारी से, कर्तव्य परायणता से आगे बढ़ के देश के सबसे बड़े संवैधानिक पद तक पहुंचता है तो सबसे ज्यादा ईर्ष्या, जलन होती है। तो वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं में होती है। उनका यह मानना है केवल नकली गांधी परिवार के सदस्य ही संवैधानिक पदों पे होने चाहिए। इसके बाद अजय कुमार कांग्रेस नेता, वो इस हद तक चले गए, उन्होंने कहा माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ईवल माइंडसेट को रिफ्लेक्ट करती है, ईवल माइंडसेट को रिफ्लेक्ट करती है। और अब मैं जो आपको दिखा रहा हूं, हम भी तैयारी से आए हैं। अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी पहले तो माफी नहीं मांग रहे थे, जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी और तमाम राजनीतिक दलों ने आपत्ति दर्ज करी ऐसे अशोभनीय टिप्पणी पर, तो 29 जुलाई 2022 को एक माफी मांगी गई जिसमें कहा गया दिस इज अ स्लिप ऑफ टंग। ये पत्र है जो अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी ने राष्ट्रपति जी को लिखा था। लेकिन आज जब मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी अभद्र टिप्पणी करते हैं तो यह स्पष्ट हो गया है, यह स्लिप ऑफ टंग नहीं है, दिस इज वेरी मच इंटेंशनल। एंड द रिमोट कंट्रोल प्रेसिडेंट गवर्न्ड बाय द फेक Gandhi surname family is following the diktats of Rahul Gandhi. And therefore, if Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in writing apologized, we ask the very same question, would Mallikarjun Kharge also render an written apology for his distasteful and derogatory remark made against the President of India as well as the former President of India, who represent the scheduled tribe community and the scheduled caste community, who are epitome of hard work, who have inspired millions of Indians to work hard to rise to the highest constitutional office. क्या मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी लिखित में अपनी अशोभनीय अभद्र टिप्पणी के लिए भारत की राष्ट्रपति महोदया जी से माफी मांगेंगे? और क्या राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस के तमाम कार्यकर्ता निंदा करेंगे इस बयान की जो स्वयं उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने दिया है? और क्या उन्हें पार्टी से निकाला जाएगा? क्या किसी पार्टी में ऐसे अध्यक्ष की जगह हो सकती है जो देश का संविधान तार तार करे, राष्ट्रपति जी के पद का सम्मान ना करे और जनता की, खासकर दलित समाज और आदिवासी समाज की भावनाओं को आहत करे? यह सवाल आज यहां से जरूर पूछा जाएगा। और इसके साथ यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, ऐसा कोई संवैधानिक पद बचा नहीं है जिसका अपमान कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं ने नहीं किया। अगर मैं बात कर रहा हूं राष्ट्रपति पद की, हम सब जानते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं, ओबीसी समाज से आते हैं। अपनी मेहनत से, अपनी लगन, नागरिकों के प्रति जो उनकी निष्ठा है, उसकी वजह से वो 11 साल से देश में नागरिकों की सेवा कर रहे हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं। चौकीदार चोर है, बिच्छू, सांप, नेवला, मौत का सौदागर। राष्ट्रपति पद का अपमान, प्रधानमंत्री पद का अपमान। उपराष्ट्रपति जी के लिए टीएमसी के सांसद कल्याण बनर्जी मिमिक्री कर रहे थे और उनकी वीडियो कौन बना रहा था? उनकी वीडियो राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष बना रहे थे। उपराष्ट्रपति पद का अपमान। चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया, भारत के मुख्य न्यायाधीश, उनके खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट मोशन इसलिए लाया गया क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी अपनी सहूलियत सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसलों में देख रही थी। मैं बात कर रहा हूं फॉर्मर चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया जस्टिस दीपक मिश्रा की। किस तरह से जुडिशियल कू की जा रही थी, यह दर्शाता है साफ, चाहे वो सीएजी हो, इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया हो, ईडी हो, सीबीआई हो, किसी पर कांग्रेस पार्टी का विश्वास नहीं है। हर संस्था पर आरोप लगाना, भारत के लोकतंत्र को कमजोर करना, यही इनका मुख्य मकसद है। और इसी के साथ यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, मैं दिखाना चाहता हूं ये जो महाठगबंधन है, इंडी अलायंस, इनके टीएमसी के मंत्री, ममता बनर्जी की सरकार में मंत्री अखिल गिरी, इन्होंने क्या कहा था? वी डोंट केयर अबाउट लुक्स बट हाउ डज योर प्रेसिडेंट लुक। ये टीएमसी। अब आप मुझे बताइए, इस तरह की अशोभनीय टिप्पणी करना, तेजस्वी यादव ने क्या कहा? अगर माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी राष्ट्रपति बनेंगी तो राष्ट्रपति भवन में एक मूर्ति आ जाएगी जो एक शब्द नहीं बोलेगी। दिस इज आरजेडी, तेजस्वी यादव फॉर यू। यह इनका एक इकोसिस्टम है विशैला, जो संवैधानिक मर्यादा को बार बार तार तार करता है। मैंने बात करी कैसे कांग्रेस की सोच आज जनजातीय समाज के खिलाफ है, दलित समाज की विरोधी है। मैं आपको कुछ तस्वीरों से दिखाना चाहता हूं। राहुल गांधी कुर्सी पे बैठे हैं, डॉक्टर बी आर अंबेडकर साहब जो हमारे लिए भगवान के समान है, उनकी तस्वीर नेताओं के, कांग्रेस के नेता जो हैं उनके पैरों में है। लालू प्रसाद यादव, उनके पैरों में डॉक्टर बी आर अंबेडकर साहब की तस्वीर है। आज तक माफी नहीं मांगी है, ना राहुल गांधी ने, ना लालू प्रसाद यादव ने, ना तेजस्वी यादव ने। समाजवादी पार्टी, गलती, नमाजवादी पार्टी, ये बताना जरूरी है। ये देखिए, नमाजवादी पार्टी अखिलेश यादव की तुलना डॉक्टर बी आर अंबेडकर जी से कर देते हैं। आधी तस्वीर बी आर अंबेडकर साहब की, आधी तस्वीर अखिलेश यादव जी की। और खड़गे जी को हम एक बात जरूर कहना चाहेंगे, आप भी पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं, आज आप अपमान कर रहे हैं देश की राष्ट्रपति जी का। आपका खुद का सम्मान क्या है? ये तस्वीर देखिए। नॉमिनेशन फाइल होना था, प्रथम पंक्ति में कौन कौन है? नकली गांधी परिवार, सोनिया गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष थे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, ये दूसरी पंक्ति में है। कहने का तात्पर्य, जिनके इशारों पर मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी आज दलित विरोधी, आदिवासी विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, वो इनका खुद का सम्मान नहीं करते हैं। और ये कहने के बाद सिर्फ इतना ही कहूंगा और अंत करूंगा अपनी बात को। तमाम ऐसे और बयान हैं मेरे पास जहां पे कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने हमारी देश की राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का अपमान किया है। और इसी तरह से जो दलित राष्ट्रपति भारत के रामनाथ कोविंद जी रहे, उदित राज जी का एक बयान है, गूंगा बहरा दलित किसी भी स्थिति में पहुंच सकता है भाजपा में। इसके बाद इसी तरह से अशोक गहलोत जी ने भी बयान दिया था। ये सारे बयान केवल एक बात दर्शाते हैं आज कांग्रेस पार्टी का लक्ष्य संविधान की हत्या करना है, दलित समाज और आदिवासी समाज का अपमान करना है। लेकिन बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कर दें, भारत की जनता यह सहने वाली नहीं है और कांग्रेस पार्टी और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे अगर माफी नहीं मांगते हैं तो आप देखिएगा हर नागरिक अपना गुस्सा और जो वो व्यथित है उसको प्रदर्शित करेगा और ये भूल कांग्रेस पार्टी को बहुत महंगी पड़ेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
प्रश्न सादर आमंत्रित हैं शैलेंद्र, डीडी न्यूज। आपने कांग्रेस के अलावा जो गठबंधन के सहयोगी एंटी गठबंधन उनके बयानों की
So you heard Bharatiya Janata Party there hitting out at the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, who had recently insulted the current and the former president of the country. Listen in to what Kharge had said.
बोलेंगे मुर्मा जी को हम प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाए, कोविंद को हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हाँ भाई बनाए, कई के लिए बनाए? हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारा जल रोकने के लिए बनाए, हमारी जमीन खींचने के लिए कर रहे।
Well, with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, MNS staged protests in Maharashtra's Thane over the claim of growing dominance of the non-Marathis in the area. Several leaders have been detained. We'll also tell you about how Bihar businessman Gopal Ka's shooter has been killed in an encounter in Patna. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं। हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए।
Well, the Bharatiya Janata Party has hit out at the Congress party for insulting President Murmu, saying that this was no slip of tongue but a deliberate attempt to abuse the Dalit president. MNS stages protests in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of the non-Marathis in the area. Several leaders have been detained. Donald Trump announces tariff on 14 countries, hit Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
Everybody, we know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter, we're going to say, welcome to the United States if you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Donald Trump says close to making a deal with India. A verbal spat broke out between Union Minister Kiran and AIMIM Chief Owaisi after Rijiju said that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. FIR has been registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on the charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Several workers of the Raj Thackeray-led Maharashtra Navnirman Sena has been detained in Thane's Meera Road this morning when they took out a march to counter the protests against the Slabgate incident, in which, remember, the MNS workers assaulted a food stall owner for not speaking Marathi last week. Now, dramatic visuals played out as MNS workers hit the streets and cops caught them and put them in the police vans. And meanwhile, a day after MNS leader Javed Sheikh's son Rahil Sheikh was caught on the streets of Mumbai harassing and abusing a woman while drunk, an FIR has been filed in that specific case. Watch this.
सेना नेता संजय निरुपम है, आप अमोली पुलिस स्टेशन आए थे राजश्री मोरे के मुद्दे को लेकर, क्या मांग किया?
राजश्री मोरे जो एक मराठी लड़की है, जो एक सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड लड़की अपने स्टूडियो वगैरह चलाती है, तो उसने पिछले दिनों जो एक मराठी भाषा को लेकर जो विवाद चल रहा था उस पर अपनी एक भूमिका रख दी कि इस तरीके से लोगों को भाषा के नाम पे मारने पीटने की आवश्यकता नहीं। इसके लिए उसका स्टूडियो तोड़ने के लिए 200 लोग उसके घर पे पहुंच गए।
क्या मांग?
कल परसों रात को शराब के नशे में धुत एक मनसे के नेता उसके बेटे ने उसकी गाड़ी ठोक दी और उसको गाली गलौज किया। तो अब ऐसी औरतें, ऐसी लड़कियां असुरक्षित न महसूस करें, वो अपने आप वो निडर रहें, और उनके साथ हम सब एक सॉलिडरिटी पेश करने के लिए आज यहाँ पर आए हैं। और हम लोगों ने अमोली पुलिस स्टेशन को यही कहा कि आप इसके खिलाफ जो भी गलतियाँ की गई है, जो भी अपराध किया गया है, उसमें जो भी कड़े सेक्शन होते हैं सारे सेक्शन लगाइए और इस लड़की को पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित रहने का मौका दीजिए।
क्या फिर से धमकियाँ मिल रही है?
हाँ, अभी धमकियाँ मिल रही है, अब नया केस रजिस्टर हो रहा है। क्या लोग उसको धमकी दे रहे हैं कि लातों के बुत बात से नहीं मानते।
क्या गिरफ्तारी की भी मांग किया है?
गिरफ्तारी की मांग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो बीएनएस में एक नया सिस्टम है उसके तहत यह है कि 7 साल से कम की सजा तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी। अब मुझे लगता है कि इस पूरे प्रावधान में संशोधन की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन ये संशोधन यहाँ नहीं होगा, पार्लियामेंट में होगा।
जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में हो रहा है, हंगामा हो रहा है, मनसे के जो
देखिए, लोकतंत्र में हर व्यक्ति को, हर संगठन को अपना अपना प्रोटेस्ट करने का अधिकार है और अपने विचारों के आधार पर प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड इतना खराब है कि पुलिस ने प्रिवेंटिव मेजर लिया। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि बाद में कभी नहीं कर पाएंगे, बिल्कुल कर पाएंगे और करना चाहिए। मैं भी चाहता हूँ कि उन सबको परमिशन मिलना चाहिए।
लेकिन मराठी भाषा और हिंदी भाषा को लेकर जो वहाँ पे जिस तरह से राजनीति अखाड़ा बनाया जा रहा है मीरा रोड में, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है।
काय के लिए कर रहे हैं मुझे नहीं मालूम। मीरा रोड भाईंदर में 82% नॉन महाराष्ट्रियन है, काय के लिए तमाशा कर रहे हो?
क्या धमकियाँ आ रही थी आपको?
मुझे सरासर धमकियाँ आ रही है। मराठी में लोग मुझे कॉल कर रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि आप राज ठाकरे का नाम मत लीजिए, माननीय राज ठाकरे का नाम मत लीजिए, अदरवाइज आपको हम देख लेंगे। मैंने यही बोला है कि मैं राज ठाकरे सर का नाम नहीं ले रही हूँ। जो लोग मेरे साथ अत्याचार कर रहे हैं मैंने उनका नाम लिया है। अगर आज मैंने मनसे पार्टी का नाम लिया है तो अब राज ठाकरे सर उनसे जुड़े हुए हैं तो मैं उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकती। राज ठाकरे सर से मेरी यही विनंती है कि सर मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करना सिर्फ हमारे मुंबई पुलिस का काम नहीं है, आपका भी काम है। मैं भी यहाँ पे रहती हूँ, मैं भी यहाँ की रहवासी हूँ, आपको भी मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करना पड़ेगा।
आप पुलिस अधिकारियों से मिले, उनसे क्या बातें हुई और क्या डिमांड किया कि राहिल को गिरफ्तार किया जाए?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल राहिल को गिरफ्तार किया जाए। अब जो जो कलम के अंदर बैठता है, जो जो अभी मेरे इस FIR के अंदर रखा गया है, लिखा गया है, उसके ऊपर अभी कार्रवाई होगी। मेरी एडवोकेट यहाँ पे है फाल्गुनी ब्रह्मभट्ट। अब उन्होंने बोला है कि और कुछ उसमें कलम अभी ऐड होंगे, जो कि उस रात को मुझे इतना पता नहीं था कि क्या क्या करना है। तो क्या आप मेरी एडवोकेट से बात करेंगे?
क्या धमकियाँ मिल रही है अभी आपको?
धमकियाँ तो यही मिल रही है कि लातों के भूत बातों से नहीं मानते और आपको हम दिखा देंगे कि कैसे मनवाना चाहिए।
ये धमकी कब आई थी आपको?
ये कल आफ्टरनून से आ रही है। मैंने आफ्टरनून फ़ोन पिक नहीं की है, बट कल रात को मुझे 3 बार मैंने कॉल पिक किया है और तीनों बार मुझे धमकियाँ दी गई है।
करने वाला कौन है, कुछ आइडिया? मन से बोल रहा है, कुछ बोल रहा है?
उसने पार्टी का नाम नहीं लिया है, बट वो उनका कहना ये है कि माननीय राज ठाकरे साहब हमारे दैवत्य है और आप उनके खिलाफ खड़ी हो, हम आपको देख लेंगे।
क्या आप पीछे हटेंगी? आप
जैसे मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी, मैं मराठी मुलगी हूँ, तो मराठी में अगर जैसे बोला जा रहा है कि ये महाराष्ट्र है, यहाँ पे मराठी बहुत ही ज़्यादा पावर है, पावर इन द सेंस उनमें बहुत हिम्मत है। तो मैं भी तो एक मराठी हूँ, मुझ में भी बहुत हिम्मत है। मैं बिल्कुल भी पीछे नहीं हटूँगी।
पीछे नहीं हटेंगे?
ना जी ना, मैं बिल्कुल पीछे नहीं हटूँगी।
Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Satya Prakash, tell us, because we saw chaos in the streets of Mumbai yet again. The MNS wanted to carry out a rally, but they were not allowed because they did not take the specified route. Give us more details on this.
देखिए, मीरा रोड में जो मोर्चा मंच से निकलने वाला था वो कहीं न कहीं अब शांत है, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं एक और चीज़ आ रही है सामने कि जो शिवसेना सिंधे गुट के नेता हैं प्रताप सरनाइक भी मीरा रोड पहुंचने वाले हैं। जो मोर्चा में सहभागी होने वाले थे उनसे मिलने वाले वहां स्थान पहुंचने वाले हैं। मंच से कार्यकर्ताओं का कहना है कि अगर जो राजस्थान के लोग हैं, व्यापारी लोग हैं, अगर वो मोर्चा निकाल सकते हैं तो मराठी आदमी क्यों नहीं निकाल सकता। लेकिन पुलिस का कहना है कि अगर ये मनसे पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता मोर्चा निकालते हैं तो कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ सकता है, वहां सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, इसीलिए यहां परमिशन नहीं दिए। फिलहाल कहीं न कहीं वहां पे जो है पुलिस का बंदोबस्त बढ़ा दिया गया है और फिलहाल कहीं के मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं को हटा दिया गया है। और बीती रात मनसे कार्यकर्ता, चाहे अविनाश यादव हो, चाहे कई लोग ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको मीरा रोड पुलिस ने डिटेन किया था, हिरासत में लेकर रखा कि वहाँ पे कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़े ना, क्योंकि जिस तरह से वहाँ पे राजस्थानी व्यापारी को मनसे के नेताओं ने मारा था, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं वहाँ पर लगातार प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे थे। उसके बाद व्यापारियों ने मोर्चा निकाला और आज जो है मनसे पार्टी के द्वारा मोर्चा निकालने जाने वाला था, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं पुलिस परमिशन नहीं दिया और सबको फिलहाल हटा दिया है वहाँ से।
Absolutely. So the situation remains calm on the ground. Thank you so much for all the details. And meanwhile, Maharashtra Chief Minister has issued a statement on the MNS protest, saying that while protesting is a democratic right of every citizens, one cannot take law and order in their own hands. Listen in.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, वो भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है। लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहां पर स्टैम्पेड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडामेंट थे कि हमको यही रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या? मीरा रोड जो है, जो राजनीति की नई प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहां चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है, क्योंकि भारत पर जब आक्रमण हुआ तो मराठी आदमी ने केवल महाराष्ट्र का विचार नहीं किया, पूरे भारत का विचार किया। इसलिए मराठी आदमी कभी छोटा सोच नहीं सकता, कभी संकुचित सोच नहीं सकता। इसलिए कोई प्रयोग करने की कोशिश भी करे तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
Now shifting our focus to Haryana, clashes have erupted between the police and a group of youth in Haryana's Hisar, and reports claim that the youth were celebrating a birthday party and playing loud music on the streets, and when police tried to intervene, the situation turned violent. Stone pelting followed, resulting in injuries to both police personnel and those who were involved in this. Here's more on that incident.
A violent clash broke out between police and a group of youths in Hisar's Bharat Nagar area during a birthday celebration. The youths were reportedly playing loud music and singing on the street. When police arrived and asked them to stop, the youths reacted aggressively. In retaliation, several youths climbed onto the roof and began pelting stones at the police. During the commotion, two youths jumped from the roof in an attempt to escape. Both sustained serious injuries. Two police personnel, including the chowki in charge, were also injured during the stone pelting.
We have a big breaking news coming in from the state of Bihar. Just ahead of the election, a major pre-poll announcement has been made aimed at empowering women in Bihar. The government there, led by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, has declared a 35% reservation for women in all the government jobs across the state. And this move is seen as a major outreach to women voters ahead of these crucial elections in few months, reinforcing the government's commitment to gender inclusion and equal opportunities in the public employment. So this is a big breaking news that we're getting for you just ahead of the elections. A big pre-poll announcement has been made aimed at empowering women. 35% reservation for women in all the government jobs in the state of Bihar if the NDA comes to power in the next elections. In fact, this is a big announcement that has been made by the Bihar government, that is, remember, led by the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. What we're learning is that 35% reservation will be given to all the women in the government jobs across the state, and this is a major push to the women of the state and a major poll announcement ahead of the elections. And this move is seen as a major outreach to women voters ahead of the upcoming elections, reinforcing the government's commitment to gender inclusion and equal opportunities. And this is a big outreach to the voter base that is women in the state of Bihar as well. So the heat is turning up ahead of the election. Now pre-poll announcements have been made by different parties. This one by the Bihar government, where 35% quota will be given to all the women in all the government jobs across the state. This is, in fact, a major pre-poll announcement. Let me go across to my colleague Tanisha, who joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Tanisha, this is a major pre-poll announcement. 35% reservation to women in all the government jobs. Give us more details.
Kanksha, well, this is being seen as a move to woo the voters, and this comes right ahead of the Bihar elections. Remember, when we talk about the Ladli Behan Yojana of the central government, that resonated in the state of Maharashtra, it resonated in the state of the in the territory of Delhi, and now when we talk about Bihar, Nitish Kumar is actually looking forward to introduce a new scheme, and this one specifically for the voters, where he has announced a whooping 35% reservation as far as it comes to women. And this move specifically coming at a time when elections are knocking at the door is seen as a tactical move by the Nitish government to woo certain voters in Bihar. However, keeping in mind the situation in Bihar, the strong opposition that we have in Bihar, it remains to be seen on how well will this scheme prove for the Nitish Kumar government in the state of Bihar, Akanksha.
Absolutely, a big outreach to the women voter base there in Bihar. 35% reservation in the government job. Thank you so much, Tanisha, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this story that is from Bihar. In fact, this is... In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. 8 attacks by Tehreek-e-Taliban that has been done in several areas is what we are learning. Big breaking news that we are getting for you. In fact, 8 attacks on the Pakistani forces by Tehreek-e-Taliban is something that we can see. We'll also get you visuals from the ground as well as far as these attacks are concerned at several places across those areas. Huge blast in several areas as well, and these attacks have been carried out by Tehreek-e-Taliban, and in a surge of violence, the Tehreek-e-Taliban carried out 8 attacks on Pakistan security forces within the last 24 hours across Khyber, Central Kurram, South Waziristan, Bannu district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as well. And the assault included 6 sniper attacks and 2 ambushes, resulting in the deaths of 5 Pakistani soldiers as well. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Gursimran, tell us about these attacks at different locations in Pakistan. What we're learning is that several soldiers have also been killed.
Yes, Kanksha, if you look into the operational conduct that has been launched and now intensified by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has carried out a series of attacks in last 24 hours. There have been 8 attacks that have been carried out on the Pakistani forces that have been carried out in the Central Kurram area. It is in the Khyber area, South Waziristan, and also in the Bannu district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. These attacks have been carried out. 6 were the sniper attacks these were the aimed attacks that Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan carried out, while 2 attacks were the ambush attacks. What we are picking up that in the Bajor there have been intense clashes between the Pakistani security forces and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan fighters. But the way these attacks are being intensified, and also the 5 soldiers of the Pakistan that have been killed, these are 4 soldiers and 1 intelligence operative that have been killed in the late last night operations that have been carried out by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. And TTP has warned of the intensifying these attacks further, as they say that as part of the Operation Al-Khandak, they are having some vital information with them with regards to the intelligence operative and the movement of the Pakistani forces that they are doing in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, especially the South Waziristan and the Central Kurram. They have been the key target areas where the TTP has now got a stronghold, and they are carrying out the intensified attacks on the Pakistani checkpost establishment as well as at the house of their intelligence operatives, those who are sharing information with the Pakistani army. So what it seems that the TTP in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the Baluchistan Liberation Army, Baluchistan National Army, Baluchistan Republican Army, they have gone full throttle in the Baluchistan, making it really very difficult for the Pakistan to survive in these 2 provinces.
Absolutely, Gursimran. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Nepal, what we are learning is that, in fact, 18 people have lost their life after one of the bridges swept away. A river flooded by monsoon rain swept away 18 people in Nepal, and a main bridge connecting China to Nepal has also been swept away. The monsoon continues in that area. In fact, there was a flood that was triggered in Nepal. The bridge in Rasuwa district, 120 kilometers northeast of Kathmandu, was swept away by flooding at around 3:15 a.m. on Tuesday. Dozens of trucks and hundreds of EVs parked for custom inspection were also swept away. But what we're learning is that a river flooded by monsoon rains swept away 18 people, and the main bridge connecting Nepal with China also broke. Now, shifting our focus to the fight that has started between Kiran Rijiju and AIM Chief Owaisi after Bharatiya Janata Party leader said that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. The AIMM leaders lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that he holds a constitutional post, not a throne, adding that minority rights are fundamental rights, not a charity. The Bharatiya Janata Party leader, in fact, went on to say that Owaisi went on to say that Rijiju, who's the Minority Affairs Minister, on Friday accused the opposition parties of playing politics in the name of minorities. And this is the verbal spat that is broken out between the Union Minister and AIMIM Chief on the spat that continues.
ये नेतृत्व में अगर 11 सालों में देखें तो जो सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण का छल था उसको समावेशी सशक्तिकरण के बल से ध्वस्त किया गया है और समाज का हर ज़रूरतमंद व्यक्ति विकास की धारा में शामिल हो, उसके आंखों में खुशी और ज़िंदगी में खुशहाली है। इसको लेकर के कहीं पर किसी तरह का कन्फ्यूज़न नहीं है। लेकिन जहाँ जब भी चुनाव आता है तो सांप्रदायिक सौदागरी के जो सौदागर हैं उनका संग्राम शुरू हो जाता है, और सांप्रदायिक सौदागरी के इन सौदागरों का जो संग्राम है वो ये कभी इन्होंने जो है वो थोक में तो मुसलमानों का वोट लिया, लेकिन फुटकर में भी उनका विकास कभी नहीं किया। और आज जो है ये वक्त आ गया है, ख़ास तौर से अल्पसंख्यक और विशेष तौर से मुसलमानों को भी सोचना होगा कि ये जो सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण के छल वाले लोग हैं इनको छूमंतर करना होगा और जो है विकास के और विश्वास के रास्ते पे चलना होगा।
कि दरअसल ओवैसी साहब खुद हॉस्टेज है वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के, और इसीलिए भड़काना, बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये बीबीसी बन चुके हैं ओवैसी। और ओवैसी साहब ने सीए के समय पर भी बोला था कि मुसलमानों की नागरिकता छिन जाएगी। कितनों की नागरिकता छिनी? अब वक्फ का मामला आया है तो बोलते हैं मस्जिदें छिन जाएगी, कब्रिस्तान छिन जाएंगे। तो भड़काना और बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये ओवैसी साहब वोट बैंक के हॉस्टेज बनकर, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के हॉस्टेज बनकर इस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं। पर मैं ओवैसी साहब से पूछना चाहता हूं कि यदि आप सच में मानते हैं कि भारत के मुसलमान बंधी है, बंधक है, तो फिर सीए में आप वकालत क्यों कर रहे थे कि अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान के मुसलमानों को भी यहाँ पर आने दिया जाए? मतलब अगर भारत के मुसलमानों की इतनी दयनीय स्थिति है आपके हिसाब से, तो और मुसलमानों को बुलाने की पेशकश क्यों कर रहे थे आप सीए कानून में? ये दिखाता है कि इनको केवल और केवल भड़काना है, वोट बैंक की दुकान चलाना है, और इसीलिए इस प्रकार के बयान जो है वो लगातार करवाना है।
In fact, we have breaking news coming in. As far as the Ahmedabad plane crash is concerned, what we're learning is that the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, that is AAIB, has submitted the initial report on the AI-171 plane crash. And this report has been submitted to the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the concerned authorities as well. The report filed is based on the initial findings of the probe, and it details the findings of the black box as well. The final assessed report will be given on July 11th is what we're learning. But very crucial as far as the Ahmedabad plane crash is concerned, what we're learning that a month after this crash took place now, Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which remember was also involved in the investigation of this case, and their officials also went to the spot as well. They have submitted their report on the plane crash to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. In fact, it also details what has been recovered from the black box which was recovered from the incident site. So very crucial as far as this case is concerned. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has submitted a report to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, tell us details about what has been mentioned in this report that has been given to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, because it also contains details on the black box as well.
So yes, Kangsha, we've gotten to know that the AIB has finally submitted its report to Civil Aviation Ministry. The report has been submitted this morning only, and we have gotten to know that the final assessment report will be submitted on 11th of July. But this entire detailed report which AIB has submitted is a detailed access and the findings from the black box, and also the final the recordings from the CVR and from the DFDR as well. We've also gotten to know that this is more than 200 pages of the report which has been submitted to the Civil Aviation Ministry by AIB on the Ahmedabad plane crash. Also, we have got to know that after Civil Aviation Ministry accesses the entire report of AIB, then finally the discussion with the regulatory body and the final will be told to the higher officials, higher authorities as well. But yes, this more than 200-page report which the AIB has submitted today on the Ahmedabad plane crash. Now, finally, the reason behind the Ahmedabad AIB, behind Ahmedabad AI-171 plane crash will come out in public. Exactly what was the reason? But yes, the detailed findings of the black box of the CVR and DFDR has been mentioned in the report of AAIB, because it's very important to know that exactly what was the reason? What was the reason why what transpired in the plane crash of AI 171? And also, we have also got to know more that not only this, there were some technical issues in the Boeing 787 as well, which might be mentioned in the AIB report as well, because the thorough access of the 787 Boeing was done depending on the earlier technical snag which were found in the same Boeing 787 in the month of May and the initial days of June as well. And therefore, we have got to know that the detailed investigation also involves the Boeing 787 fleet as well. So this entire report is more than 200 pages. The final mentioning and the details of the report will come out soon because today morning only the report has been submitted to the Civil Aviation Ministry. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. It's very important to find out what really happened and what really led to that crash in Ahmedabad last month. Thank you so much, Harsha, for those details. Keep tracking those details for us. Now, shifting our focus, mounted gun system is a cross-country truck-mounted heavy artillery gun system which exclusively developed mobility and crew protector features in its class. It has been in fact developed by involving Indian industries, DPSU, Premier Academia under the leadership of DRDO MGS, and it has high mobility in terms of gradient, slide slope, trench crossing and cross-country capabilities as well. Take a look.
This is a mounted gun system. It is a 155-52 caliber gun. These guns are there for quite long time, but they are on a towed. These are on a towed gun platforms. Towed gun means the gun will be separate and the primer will be separate. This will be towed and then it is deployed, and to either to deploy or to retrieve. It is a cumbersome exercise. It is difficult to in the war scenario because the present day of the surveillance systems, you can easily locate this from where the firing is coming. So it is important to shoot and scoot facility should be there for the guns. So that's what we have given to this for this MGS, where you can quickly go there. In 80 seconds you can deploy, and 85 seconds you can retrieve the gun and get away from that place. So that gives an added advantage to fire also, and also to safeguard yourself. It is totally indigenous, almost 85% of the indigenous content in the as a first prototype itself which achieved 85%. And then it has got a capability potential to export.
So what will be the impact on the services of this gun?
They are eagerly waiting for this MGS. They are already looking for this MGS for quite long time. So this is the first prototype where you can actually the army can look at it and evaluate themselves. The RFPs what have been floated by army and against the GS-square released by them in 2022. So this gun meets the entire GS-square parameters what the army has given.
So if we talk about the cost and what is your plan to make it fast and in future, sir?
No, since we have developed
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अर्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं। हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए।
BJP tears apart Congress over insult to President Murmu, says this was no slip of tongue but a deliberate attempt to abuse the Dalit president. MNS stages protests in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of non-Marathis in the area. MNS leaders later detained by the police. Verbal tiff between Union Minister Kiran and AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi after Rijiju said that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Massive crackdown in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur, where the government has launched bulldozer action against a foreign-funded conversion racket. The ATS has arrested a leader in the suspected case of love jihad. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment and cheating as well. We start this edition with the top story that's coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where a massive crackdown in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur is underway, where the government has launched bulldozer action against a foreign-funded conversion racket. Now, the ATS has arrested a man known as Changur Baba in suspected case of love jihad. The racket is known to be estimated to be around rupees 100 crore, with the gang members reportedly visiting an Islamic country nearly 40 times. Here are the details.
बेचने के नाम पर और एक तावीज भी मिली है। मैं सहयोगी से कहूँगा थोड़ा सा इसको दिखाएं जूम करके। आप अगर देख पा रहे हो, समझ पा रहे हो तो देखिए, ये शायद उर्दू में है, फारसी में है, लेकिन ये कुछ और है। ये भारत की संस्कृति नहीं है। ये आप देखिए यहाँ पर, तो इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपको यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगी। साथ ही ये देखिए ड्रोन, चारों तरफ ड्रोन उड़ाया जा रहा है, चारों तरफ सुरक्षा को देखा जा रहा है। कहाँ क्या कुछ चीज़ें निकल सकती हैं, कुछ चीज़ें मिल सकती हैं, क्या कहीं कोई और भी कुछ चीज़ें यहाँ बरामद हो सकती हैं, उस पर बाकायदे पूरी तरह से निगरानी की जा रही है, पूरी नज़र है और यहाँ पर ड्रोन से चारों तरफ पैनी नज़र रखा जा रहा है। साथ ही बुलडोजर चल रहा है। और मैं आपको और बता दूं कि बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़ा दी गई है। बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़कर के 5 हो गई है। 3 बुलडोजर, 2 बुलडोजर इस तरफ, 3 बुलडोजर हैं तो 2 बुलडोजर पीछे के साइड में, यानी कि 2 से 3 तरफ से यहाँ पर मकान गिराने का काम चल रहा है, ये ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई चल रही है और 5-5 बुलडोजर इस पर काम कर रहे हैं। अभी मेरी यहाँ जो बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं उनसे मेरी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा बाकायदे पूरे प्रोसेस के बाद यह जगह गलत पाई गई है और आदेश के बाद इस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है और यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से सुरक्षा व्यवस्था दिया गया है। अन्य जो मकान है अगर उस पर भी निर्देश आता है, जांच में वो चीज़ें बढ़कर आती हैं तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी। तो खुद ग्राउंड जीरो पर पहुंचे थे जो जिले के कप्तान हैं, बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं वह यहाँ पर आए हुए थे, उनसे रिपब्लिक भारत ने बातचीत की और उन्होंने खुद रिपब्लिक भारत को जानकारी दी है कि यह पूरी तरह से जो निर्माण है अवैध पाया गया है, ये जांच में अवैध पाया गया है, जिसके बाद यहाँ पर कानून के तहत इस पर बुलडोजर की प्रक्रिया जारी है, बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम यहाँ पर जारी है और वह पूरी तरह से कानूनी तौर तरीके से हो रहा है।
गया था उसको ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और पूरी प्रक्रिया विधिक रूप से चल रही है और पूरा निस्तारण जो विधिक रूप से कराया गया उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
मैं देख रहा था क्रॉस के निशान लगाए थे, नोटिस भी चस्पा हुआ था, उसके बाद ही ये कार्रवाई,
उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई चल रही है।
सर ये वाला जो मकान दिख रहा है जहाँ पे पुलिस फोर्स है उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी?
अभी फिलहाल इस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और इसको आज हम लोग पूरा करेंगे।
आज इसको पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का चार्ज मिलता है
उसके अलावा जो भी जहाँ भी मिलेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
जी, उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
जी।
Now, even as the crackdown on the anti-conversion racket continues, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has issued a statement against Jalauddin, the man who was responsible for anti-national and anti-social activities. Now, Yogi has said that his government is committed to protecting the dignity and safety of women, and those disturbing peace will face strict action, including confiscation of property. Here's what the Chief Minister said. All right, Raghavendra, my colleague, is joining me live from Balrampur. On that note, Raghavendra, बलरामपुर में आप वहां थे जहां पर एक्शन हो रहा था, जब बुलडोजर एक्शन चल रहा था। हमें इस केस के बारे में बताइए, कौन है ये व्यक्ति जो अभी गिरफ्तार हो चुका है? ये इलीगल कन्वर्जन रैकेट कहां तक जाता है?
4 बुलडोजर फ्रंट पे काम कर रहे हैं, कुछ बुलडोजर बैक में काम कर रहे हैं और देखिए ये जो अवैध गलत पैसों से यानी कि हवाला के पैसों से जो ये इमारत खड़ी थी, आज इसको जमींदोज किया जा रहा है, आज इस पर बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है। साथ ही आप देखिए वहाँ पर एक मस्जिद का भी निर्माण चल रहा है, आप देख सकते हैं कि अभी उस पर काम चल ही रहा है। उसके पीछे भी एक मस्जिद है जो पूरी तरह से बनी हुई है, बहुत पहले से बनाई गई है और उसके पीछे एक मदरसा है जहाँ पर छांगुर बाबा यहाँ पर लोगों को अरबी भाषा की पढ़ाई कराता था। उन मदरसों में वहाँ पर उर्दू भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती थी, हिंदी भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती थी, सीधा मजहबी उनको शिक्षा दी जाती थी। साथ ही उन मस्जिदों में भी वह धर्मांतरण का काम करता था। एक नई मस्जिद और बनाई जा रही है और यह पूरा जो मकान यह जो बनाया गया है हवाला के पैसे से, गलत गतिविधियों से, लंबे इसमें ट्रांजैक्शन बैंकों के आए हैं सामने, जो कि मैंने खबर को भेजा हुआ है उसको समझने के लिए, जानने के लिए कि एक आरटीजीएस 50 लाख के हुए हैं, 40 लाख के हुए हैं, 2.5 लाख रुपए के हुए हैं, 1 लाख रुपए के हुए हैं। तो ये छांगुर बाबा का जो मैनेजमेंट करता था मोहम्मद अहमद, जो इस समय फरार चल रहा है, उसको यूपी पुलिस ने वारंट भी जारी किया है, लेकिन पुलिस उसके पीछे पड़ी हुई है। देखिए कब तक वह हिरासत में आता है। साथ ही जो छांगुर बाबा का सलाहकार था उसके पास भी 40 लाख रुपए का आरटीजीएस हुई है, उसकी भी पुलिस तलाश कर रही है। साथ ही जो नीतू जो जेल में है, जिसको छांगुर बाबा अपने साथ रखा था, उसकी एक नाबालिग बेटी है, उसको भी अहमद लेकर के भागा हुआ है। तो कहीं न कहीं यह जो जांच है वो आगे भी बढ़ रही है। आने वाले समय में इस पूरे उतरौला में जहाँ भी ये चीज़ें हैं, जहाँ भी अवैध कब्जा है, जहाँ भी अवैध निर्माण है, वहाँ पर बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई देखने को आने वाले समय में आपको मिलेगी। क्योंकि उसने उतरौला मार्केट में छोटे छोटे कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाए हैं, बुटीक बनाया हुआ है, जनरल गारमेंट्स के दुकान हैं वहाँ पर, तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई हो सकती है। साथ ही जो मोहम्मद अहमद है जो फरार है, कहा जाता है कि उतरौला में उसने मंदिर की जमीन कब्जा करके मकान बनाया हुआ है। कोई बोलने वाला नहीं था, कोई उसका विरोध करने वाला नहीं था। ये लोग लोकल प्रशासन को इस तरह से ओबलाइज कर दिए थे कि कोई खुल के आता नहीं था, और जो लोग बोलते थे उनके ऊपर गंभीर धाराओं में मुकदमा लिखाता था, मुकदमा लिखा करके उनको पीड़ित बनाता था। तो ऐसे में कोई भी व्यक्ति सामने नहीं आता था। साल भर पहले जब मैं ग्राउंड जीरो रिपोर्ट करने यहाँ आया था तो मुझको सारी बातें समझ में आई, सारी चीज़ें दिखी, लेकिन कोई सामने बोलने वाला नहीं था, कोई बयान देने वाला नहीं था। तो जब कोई बोलने वाला नहीं था, बयान देने वाला नहीं था, तो शायद चीज़ें पूरी तरह से खुलकर नहीं आ सकी। ऐसे में लेकिन अब सारी चीज़ें बाहर आ चुकी हैं, ऐसे में सारी चीज़ें सामने निकल कर आ चुकी हैं। लोग बोलने वाले आ गए, जो पीड़ित थे उनका घर वापसी हो चुका है। लखनऊ के गोमती नगर में जो शिव भोले मंदिर में दर्जन भर लोग, जिसमें महिला पुरुष दोनों थे, उनका वो घर वापसी हो चुका है। वो मुस्लिम से फिर हिंदू परिवार में आ चुके हैं। तो वो सारी चीज़ें अब खुल के आ चुकी हैं। फिर हिंदूवादी जो नेता हैं उन्होंने भी इसमें अपना योगदान दिया और सारी चीज़ें सामने आई। जो गोपाल राय हैं वह भी काफ़ी पीछे पड़े हुए थे, तो वो भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें निकाल कर लाए हैं। तो ऐसे में छांगुर बाबा अब जेल के अंदर पहुंच चुका है, बचने के उसके चांसेस बहुत कम दिख रहे हैं। और भी लोग जो बाहर हैं वहाँ भी पुलिस पहुँचेगी, उन लोगों को भी गिरफ्त में करेगी। और जहाँ जहाँ ये लोग अवैध प्रॉपर्टी बनाए हैं, चाहे वो मुंबई में पुणे की बात हो, चाहे वो उत्तर प्रदेश के कई जिलों की बात हो, चाहे खुद बलरामपुर के उतरौला की बात हो, हर जगह जांच हो रही है। राजस्व की टीमें जांच कर रही हैं। जहाँ जहाँ भी अवैध गतिविधि की बात निकल कर आएगी, अवैध कब्जा नजर आएगा, अवैध मकान बनाने की बात आएगी, उन सब पे बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई होगी। और लगातार ये कार्रवाई जारी भी है। 5 बुलडोजर लगातार ध्वस्तीकरण का काम कर रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में यह कार्रवाई आपको और तेज होती दिखेगी। यहाँ पर कप्तान यानी कि बलरामपुर जिले के जो एसपी हैं वह भी यहाँ पर आए थे, जो जिलाधिकारी हैं वह भी यहाँ पर आए थे, राजस्व के टीम के जो अधिकारी हैं वह भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। 5 थानों की पुलिस यहाँ पर मौजूद है। साथ ही पीएसी की एक कंपनी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, ताकि किसी तरह की कोई कोताही न हो, कोई चूक न हो सुरक्षा में। तो चप्पे चप्पे पर सुरक्षा यहाँ मौजूद है। घर के चारों तरफ यहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स तैनात है और उस पुलिस फोर्स के साए में ध्वस्तीकरण का कार्यक्रम जारी है। एक अजीब सा यहाँ का माहौल बनाया हुआ था। छांगुर पीर बाबा, कहने को तो वो छांगुर पीर बाबा था, लेकिन उसने कहीं न कहीं धर्मांतरण का खेल खेला, विदेशों से पैसा मंगाया, करोड़ों रुपए में फंड आए और लालच देकर जातियों में बांटा था। सवर्ण को 16 लाख, ओबीसी का अलग रेट, दलित का अलग रेट, इस तरह से उसने कैटेगरी बनाया हुआ था। सोचिए कि उसका खेल किस गंदे मंसूबे के साथ जारी था और सैकड़ों लोगों को उसने अवैध अपने धर्मांतरण के जाल में फंसाया हुआ था। और आज कहीं न कहीं जब इसका भंडा फूटा है, जब यह चीजें बाहर निकली हैं, तो इस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है।
राघवेंद्र, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन टू द अदर स्टोरीज दैट वी आर ट्रैकिंग, दिस इज इन रिगार्ड विद द कंट्रोवर्शियल कमेंट ऑफ द बीजेपी एमपी निशिकांत दुबे, वेयर ही सेड इन रिगार्ड विद द लैंग्वेज राव पटक पटक के मारेंगे। नाउ दीज रिमार्क्स हैव caused a flutter with the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis reacting to that statement by the BJP MP, completely distancing himself. In fact, this is a fresh row that has erupted in the state of Maharashtra over BJP MP Nishikant Dube's remarks on the Marathi language. Now, it is Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis that has distanced himself from the statement, calling it inappropriate and one that risks creating confusion among people. Listen in to what Nishikant Dube had to say, which created a huge controversy.
हमारे पैसे पर पल रहे हो, तुम कौन सा टैक्स देते हो, कौन सी इंडस्ट्री है तुम्हारे पास? माइंस हमारे पास है, झारखंड के पास है, छत्तीसगढ़ के पास है, मध्य प्रदेश के पास है, उड़ीसा के पास है। आपके पास कौन सी माइंस है? रिफाइनरी यदि रिलायंस ने बैठाई या एसआर ने रिफाइनरी बैठाई तो वो गुजरात में रिफाइनरी बैठाई है। सारी इंडस्ट्री जो है, सेमीकंडक्टर की भी इंडस्ट्री है तो गुजरात में आ रही है। आप जो है लाटसाही कर रहे हो। और ऊपर से जो है आप हमारा दोहन करके शोषण करके टैक्स पेयर करते हो। और यदि आप में ज्यादा हिम्मत है तो आप हिंदी भाषी को मारते हो तो उर्दू भाषी को भी मारो, तमिलियन को भी मारो, आप जो है तेलुगु वाले को भी मारो। आप जो इस तरह की घटिया हरकत कर रहे हो, और मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि जब अपने घर में हो, महाराष्ट्र में हो, यदि बहुत बड़े बॉस हो तो चलो बिहार, चलो उत्तर प्रदेश, चलो तमिलनाडु, तुमको पटक पटक के मारेंगे। ये एनार्की जो है नहीं चलेगी। हमारे पैसे पर पल रहे हो, तुम कौन सा टैक्स लाते हो, कौन सी इंडस्ट्री है तुम्हारे पास? माइंस हमारे पास है, झारखंड के पास है, छत्तीसगढ़ के पास है, मध्य प्रदेश के पास है, उड़ीसा के पास है। आपके पास कौन सी माइंस है? रिफाइनरी यदि रिलायंस ने बैठाई या एसआर ने रिफाइनरी बैठाई तो वो गुजरात में रिफाइनरी बैठाई है। सारी इंडस्ट्री जो है, सेमीकंडक्टर की भी इंडस्ट्री है तो गुजरात में आ रही है। आप जो है लाटसाही कर रहे हो, और ऊपर से जो है आप हमारा दोहन करके शोषण करके टैक्स पेयर करते हो। और यदि आप में ज्यादा हिम्मत है तो आप हिंदी भाषी को मारते हो तो उर्दू भाषी को भी मारो, तमिलियन को भी मारो, आप जो है तेलुगु वाले को भी मारो। आप जो इस तरह की घटिया हरकत कर रहे हो, और मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि जब अपने घर में हो, महाराष्ट्र में हो, यदि बहुत बड़े बॉस हो तो चलो बिहार, चलो उत्तर प्रदेश, चलो तमिलनाडु, तुमको पटक पटक के मारेंगे। ये एनार्की जो है नहीं चलेगी।
News now coming in. Hyderabad City Civil Court has received a bomb threat mail today in the early morning at nearly 3:15 a.m. Now the officials saw it at 11 a.m. and informed us the bomb squad and the other officials are conducting a thorough search of the court premises. So far nothing has been found, and that officials have said that they will be providing more details on the case, but this has certainly created panic among the civil court of Hyderabad. Visuals of that are on your screen. We, however, have no details right now if this was a hoax call or was there any truth to the mail that was received today. But the latest update that we are getting is that the Hyderabad City Civil Court had received a bomb threat, and this was in the wee hours as early as 3:15 a.m. The officials saw the mail at around 11 a.m. and the bomb squad and other officials are conducting a thorough search of the court premises. Aneri, my colleague, is joining me live from Hyderabad on that. Aneri, what is the story all about? Was this a hoax call or was there any reality to it? Has the situation now been controlled?
Well, what we know is that a bomb threat call was given at the City Civil Court in Old City area of Hyderabad, where now the police officials and the bomb squad have vacated the area and vacated the whole of the premises of the court, and now inspection and checking is underway. While the police officials say that they haven't found anything as of now, and further details are awaited into this matter. But yes, an email was received, an unknown email was received at the City Civil Court, and further more details are yet to are awaited into this matter as the investigation and the inspection is underway, whereas we will have to wait and watch. But however, now we see is that the police officials have vacated the complete court premises and have asked everyone to leave from that very place as the checking is underway by the dog squad.
Right. Thank you very much, Aneri, for sharing those details. We quickly move on to the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. A wall collapse incident has occurred at a local eatery near Bageshwar Dham in Gada village in Chhatarpur of Madhya Pradesh. The wall collapsed following heavy rainfall in the area. As per reports, 1 person has died and 10 have been injured in the incident. Chief Medical and Health Officer of Chhatarpur, R.P. Gupta, has stated that the 10 injured individuals are being treated at the hospital. One person died due to cloudburst in the Loran area of Punch. The deceased has been identified as Ghulam Mohammed, a resident of Khoriwala, Bela.